Hello there, and welcome to the Sleepy Curiosities. I'm so glad you're here. Maybe it's been a long day, or maybe you just like to fall asleep thinking about the quiet details of history. Either way, tonight's journey is for you. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body rest and your thoughts drift, because tonight we're exploring history itself. We'll move gently from fact to fact. Some things may surprise you. Others may stay with you like a quiet thought at the edge of sleep. And if these calm explorations help you rest, feel free to like and subscribe. It helps others find their way here too. Now, if you're ready, let's begin. We often imagine that civilization began with farming, but a discovery in Turkey completely overturned that timeline. High on a hilltop known as Göbekli Tepe, or Potbelly Hill, sits a temple complex that predates Stonehenge by over 6,000 years. What makes this site so baffling to archaeologists is that it wasn't built by people who lived in settled villages or grew crops. It was built by hunter-gatherers, nomadic people who somehow organized themselves into a workforce capable of carving and moving massive limestone pillars weighing up to 10 tons each. These pillars are arranged in circles and decorated with exquisite reliefs of wild animals, including foxes, scorpions, lions, and vultures. Before this discovery, historians believed that the invention of agriculture allowed people to settle down and then build temples. But Göbekli Tepe suggests the reverse might be true. The desire to worship and gather in a sacred place came first, and perhaps the need to feed the workers who built it sparked the invention of farming. The site was buried intentionally around 8,000 BCE, filled in with refuse and soil, sealing it like a time capsule. For thousands of years, farmers plowed over the top, unaware that the world's oldest cathedral lay silently beneath their feet. A monumental effort by people who had no metal tools, driven by a belief system we can only guess at today. The invention of the wheel is often cited as the hallmark of human ingenuity, but for the first few centuries of its existence, nobody used it to go anywhere. We tend to picture a primitive cart rolling across a field, but the very first wheels, created around 4000 BCE in Mesopotamia, were actually potter's wheels. They were horizontal discs used to spin clay into bowls and vases, not vertical ones used for transport. It took another 300 years for someone to figure out that if you flipped the mechanism on its side and connected it to a chariot, you could move heavy loads. This transition wasn't as simple as it sounds, because the engineering required to make a wheel rotate freely on an axle without falling off or getting stuck is surprisingly complex. The hole in the center of the wheel and the end of the axle had to be perfectly smooth and round, a difficult feat with stone tools. Early engineers also had to figure out how to minimize friction, likely using animal fat as the world's first grease. So, for generations, the wheel was strictly a tool for the artist, spinning silently in a workshop, helping to shape vessels for water and grain long before it ever touched a road. It is a reminder that sometimes the greatest inventions are sitting right in front of us, waiting for a shift in perspective to change the world. Long before we built temples or invented wheels, humans made a friend that would change the course of our history. The domestication of the dog is the single oldest partnership between humans and another species, occurring between 20,000 and 40,000 years ago. This happened when humans were still wandering hunters, braving the Ice Age. While we often think humans captured wolves and trained them, it is more likely that wolves domesticated themselves. The bolder, less aggressive wolves began following human camps to scavenge for leftover meat, and over generations, those that were friendlier to humans survived and thrived. This partnership was so profound that it changed the physical makeup of both species. Burials have been found, such as the Bonn Castle dog in Germany, where a puppy was laid to rest beside a man, and a woman over 14,000 years ago, suggesting they were already seen as family members, not just tools. In Israel, a refined excavation revealed a human skeleton with its hand resting on the chest of a puppy, a touching freeze frame of affection from 12,000 years ago. This bond helped humans hunt more effectively and offered protection at night, allowing our ancestors to sleep more soundly knowing a guardian was watching the fire. Two species, once enemies, deciding to walk through the dark together. In the ancient world, conflicts usually ended in total destruction, but one famous battle ended with a handshake recorded in silver. The Treaty of Kadesh, signed around 1259 BCE, is the earliest peace treaty in history where we have the written versions from both sides. It brought an end to the long war between the Egyptian Empire, led by Ramses II, and the Hittite Empire, led by Hattusili III. The two armies had clashed at the city of Kadesh in modern-day Syria, resulting in a bloody stalemate where neither side could claim a true victory. Realizing that continued war would only weaken them against other rising threats, the two great kings agreed to a pact of non-aggression and mutual defense. What is fascinating is that archaeologists found a copy of the treaty in Egypt, carved into the walls of temples in hieroglyphs, and another copy in the Hittite capital of Hattusa, inscribed on baked clay tablets in cuneiform. The terms were remarkably modern, promising that neither king would invade the other's land, and that they would send aid if the other was attacked by a third party. They even included a clause about returning political refugees unharmed. A replica of the Hittite version of this treaty now hangs in the United Nations headquarters in New York, a permanent reminder of the moment humanity first decided that ink could be stronger than the sword. Music seems to be a fundamental part of the human experience, and we have physical proof that it goes back much further than written language. The oldest undisputed musical instrument ever discovered is a delicate flute found in the Hohlfels cave in southwest Germany. Carved from the radius bone of a griffin vulture, this instrument is at least 40,000 years old, dating back to the arrival of modern humans in Europe. The flute is remarkably sophisticated, with 5 carefully carved finger holes and a V-shaped notch at one end where the musician would blow. When researchers created a replica of the instrument to test its sound, they were stunned to hear that it produced a clear, melodic tone using a pentatonic scale, the same 5-note scale used in much of modern pop, rock, and blues music today. This suggests that the musical ear of our ancient ancestors was nearly identical to our own. It's easy to imagine a group of people huddled in a cave during the bitter cold of the Ice Age, the firelight flickering against the walls, listening to a melody that lifted their spirits or told a story. Music wasn't just a pastime. It was likely a crucial way for these early groups to bond and maintain social cohesion in a harsh environment. A hollow bird bone that turned breath into something beautiful, echoing across 40 millennia. When we picture the Great Pyramid of Giza today, we see a rough, stepped structure the color of sandy beige. But this is the skeleton, not the finished monument. When it was completed around 2560 BCE, the Great Pyramid was encased in highly polished white Tura limestone. These casing stones were cut with such absolute precision that the gaps between them were less than 0.5 millimeter wide, tighter than a piece of paper. The limestone was smoothed until it shone like a mirror. Under the bright Egyptian sun, the pyramid would have been a dazzling beacon of white light, visible from mountains miles away. The ancient Egyptians actually called the pyramid Ikit, which translates to glorious light. It would have looked less like a stone mountain and more like a geometric cloud grounded on earth. The capstone at the very top, known as the pyramidion, was likely plated in electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, catching the first rays of the morning sun before they hit the valley floor. Sadly, in the 14th century CE, a massive earthquake loosened many of these casing stones, and they were subsequently stripped away to build mosques and fortresses in nearby Cairo. Today, only a few rough blocks remain at the base, hinting at a brilliance that once commanded the horizon. A structure designed not just to be big, but to be a blinding reflection of the sun, God himself. The phrase, an eye for an eye, is famous from the Code of Hammurabi, but there was an older system of law that was surprisingly more progressive. The Code of Ur-Nammu is the oldest known law code surviving today, written in the Sumerian language around 2100 BCE, 3 centuries before Hammurabi. While later laws often prescribed violent physical punishments for crimes, the Code of Ur-Nammu operated largely on a system of fines and financial compensation. It was written on clay tablets in the city of Ur, in what is now modern-day Iraq. The laws reveal a society that was complex and deeply concerned with fairness and economic stability. For example, one law stated, if a man knocks out a tooth of another man, he shall pay 2 shekels of silver. Another law dictated that if a man flooded his neighbor's field by neglecting his irrigation canals, he had to pay compensation in grain. This suggests a legal philosophy focused on restoration rather than retribution. The king, Ur-Nammu, presented himself not just as a ruler, but as a protector of the weak, claiming in the prologue that he established equity in the land and protected the orphan from the rich. It is a gentle reminder that the earliest attempts at justice were often rooted in the idea of repairing damage rather than inflicting more pain. A civilized voice speaking from the clay, seeking balance in a chaotic world. It is difficult for us to truly grasp the scale of Egyptian history because the timeline is so vast that it breaks our usual sense of the past. We often think of ancient Egypt as a single, simultaneous era, but Cleopatra actually lived closer in time to the moon landing than she did to the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. When Cleopatra VII ruled the Nile in the 1st century BCE, the Great Pyramids were already roughly 2,500 years old. To her, they were already ancient monuments, weathered by centuries of wind and sand, relics of a time as distant to her as the golden age of Athens is to us today. She would have looked at those limestone giants with the same sense of archaeological wonder that we feel when looking at the Colosseum. The era of the pyramid builders was a completely different world, separated from the Ptolemaic dynasty by millennia of rise and fall, foreign invasions, and cultural shifts. While Cleopatra was navigating the complex politics of the Roman Empire, hosting Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, the builders of the pyramids were as much a myth to her people as King Arthur is to us. It is a reminder that history is not a flat image, but a deep, deep well. We stand at the top, looking down, and sometimes forget that the people in the middle were also looking down into the depths, wondering about those who came before. If you were to travel back in time and walk through the markets of most ancient civilizations, you might notice something strange about the way people described the world. The color blue is almost entirely missing from their languages. In the Odyssey, the Greek poet Homer famously described the ocean not as blue, but as wine dark, and throughout ancient texts from China to Iceland, the color blue is rarely mentioned. This isn't because their eyes worked differently than ours, but likely because blue is incredibly rare in nature. There are no blue animals, very few blue flowers, and you cannot pull blue dye from the earth the way you can red ochre or charcoal black. Because they couldn't make the color, they didn't need a specific word for it, often lumping it in with shades of green or dark gray. The ancient Egyptians were the fascinating exception to this rule because they were the first to manufacture the color synthetically. They created Egyptian blue by heating limestone, sand, and copper minerals, producing a vibrant pigment for their ceramics and tomb paintings. Once they could hold the color in their hands, they named it, and suddenly blue existed in their world in a way it didn't for others. It suggests that language shapes what we see, and until we have a name for something, it remains just a part of the background, waiting quietly to be noticed. Long before modern medicine, the Egyptians developed a surprisingly effective method for detecting pregnancy using the simple gifts of the Nile, barley and wheat. A medical text dating back to around 1350 BCE describes a test where a woman would water bags of wheat and barley seeds with her urine over the course of several days. If the seeds sprouted and grew, she was considered pregnant. If they remained dormant, she was not. The text even went a step further, claiming that if the barley grew, it would be a boy, and if the wheat grew, it would be a girl. While the gender prediction part has been proven false, the pregnancy test itself was remarkably scientifically sound. In the 1960s, researchers tested this ancient method and found it was about 70% accurate. The science behind it is that the urine of a pregnant woman contains elevated levels of hormones, specifically estrogens, which can stimulate rapid growth in seeds. It is a beautiful example of how early humans observed the natural world with keen eyes, connecting the cycles of their own bodies to the cycles of the agriculture that sustained them. They understood that life calls to life, and that the same energy that grows a child could also wake a sleeping seed in the dark earth. Standing guard over the ancient harbor of Alexandria was a structure so impressive that it became the archetype for all lighthouses that followed, the Pharos. It was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, rising over 100 meters into the sky, a height that made it one of the tallest man-made structures on Earth for many centuries. But the true marvel wasn't just its size. It was the technology used to project its light. At the very top, a massive fire burned nightly. But the Egyptians didn't just let the fire flicker. They amplified it with a massive, sophisticated mirror. Descriptions suggest this mirror was made of polished bronze, or perhaps glass backed with metal, curved perfectly to focus the firelight into a steady beam. Historical accounts claim this beam was so powerful it could be seen from ships 30 miles away, a star tethered to the earth. During the day, the mirror would reflect the sun, sending a signal just as far. It stood for over 1,000 years, surviving multiple empires until a series of earthquakes slowly brought it down. Today, the stones of this great wonder lie beneath the waters of the Mediterranean harbor, resting in the quiet dark. We can only imagine what it must have felt like for a weary sailor in antiquity to see that beam cutting through the night, a promise of safety and civilization shining from the edge of the world. Among the ancient wonders, the hanging gardens of Babylon stand apart as a beautiful ghost. They are the only wonder for which we have absolutely no archaeological evidence. Legend tells us they were built by King Nebuchadnezzar II for his wife, Amides, who missed the green hills and forests of her homeland while living in the dry, flat plains of Mesopotamia. To comfort her, he supposedly constructed a man-made mountain of tiered terraces, bursting with exotic trees, shrubs, and vines that cascaded over the walls like a waterfall of greenery. The engineering required would have been immense, likely utilizing an early form of the Archimedes screw to pump water from the Euphrates River up to the highest levels. Yet, despite decades of digging, archaeologists have found no trace of them in Babylon. Some historians now believe the gardens may have actually been in Nineveh, built by a different king, while others suspect they were purely a poetic invention, a dream of paradise written down by travelers who had heard rumors of lush palace gardens. Whether they existed in stone and soil or only in imagination, the idea of the gardens persists. It speaks to a universal human longing, the desire to conquer the desert and bring the comfort of nature into the places where we live. In the darkness of Egyptian tombs, archaeologists have discovered many treasures intended to accompany the dead into the afterlife. But perhaps the most surprising is something you could find in your kitchen today: jars of honey. Excavators opening tombs that had been sealed for over 3,000 years found vessels filled with honey that was still perfectly edible. They even tasted it, reporting that it had retained its sweetness despite the passing of millennia. This incredible longevity is due to the unique chemical composition of honey. It has very low moisture content, which prevents bacteria from growing, and it is naturally acidic. Furthermore, when bees make honey, their enzymes produce a small amount of hydrogen peroxide, which acts as a preservative. Because the pots were sealed with beeswax and kept in the dry, stable environment of the desert tombs, the honey never spoiled. It remained exactly as it was the day it was placed there as an offering. It creates a profound connection to think that we could taste the exact same sweetness that an ancient Egyptian priest prepared for a pharaoh. It is a biological time capsule, a golden liquid that ignores the passage of time, waiting in the dark to prove that some things essentially last forever. While we often think of ancient Egypt as a civilization of absolute obedience to the pharaoh, it was actually the site of the first recorded labor strike in history. In the 12th century BCE, during the reign of Ramesses III, the workers at Deir el-Medina were tasked with building the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. These were highly skilled artisans, stonecutters, and painters who were respected for their craft. However, the empire was struggling economically, and the delivery of their payment, which came in the form of grain, beer, and other supplies, began to fail. After waiting for their rations for nearly 3 weeks, the workers did something unprecedented. They put down their tools. They marched out of the necropolis and staged a sit-in at the mortuary temples, chanting, "We are hungry." They refused to return to work, even when officials tried to order them back. They slept in the temple shadows during the day and maintained their protest until their rations were delivered. It wasn't a rebellion against the idea of the king, but a statement of their own humanity. They left behind a record of the event on papyrus, a quiet testament that even in a world of god-kings, the voice of the ordinary worker could be heard, asking simply for the bread they had earned. In the ancient city-state of Sparta, the concept of wealth was deliberately designed to be a heavy burden. While the rest of the Greek world traded in gleaming coins of gold and silver, small, portable, and easy to hide, the Spartan leader Lycurgus instituted a currency made of heavy, brittle iron bars. These bars, known as pelenners, were treated with vinegar while the metal was red hot, a process that stripped the iron of its strength and made it completely useless for forging into tools or weapons. This ensured that the money had no intrinsic value outside of Sparta itself. The practical result of this unique financial system was that being rich became incredibly inconvenient. To carry a sum of money that would be considered modest in Athens, a Spartan would need a team of oxen and a large wagon just to transport the iron bars. Storing a fortune required a dedicated warehouse rather than a simple chest or purse. By making wealth physically heavy and difficult to move, the Spartans hoped to discourage greed, theft, and bribery, as no one could secretly slip a bribe into a pocket when the bribe weighed as much as a person. It effectively isolated their economy, keeping foreign luxury goods out and focusing the society entirely on military discipline rather than commerce. A financial system designed not to facilitate trade, but to make the accumulation of fortune an exhausting physical chore. One of the most baffling discoveries from the ancient world was pulled from the bottom of the sea in 1901, near the tiny Greek island of Antikythera. Sponge divers discovered a shipwreck that had lain undisturbed for 2,000 years, and among the beautiful marble statues and pottery, they found a corroded, calcified lump of bronze that looked like a rock. It wasn't until decades later, when technology advanced enough to X-ray the object, that the true nature of the discovery was revealed. Inside the corrosion were at least 30 precise, hand-cut bronze gears, arranged in a complex layering that resembled the inside of a modern Swiss watch. This object, now known as the Antikythera mechanism, is often called the world's first analog computer. Dating back to somewhere between 150 and 100 BCE, the device was operated by a hand crank and could predict astronomical positions and eclipses with incredible accuracy for decades into the future. It could even track the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games. The complexity of the differential gearing used in the mechanism wouldn't appear in Europe again until the mechanical astronomical clocks of the 14th century, a gap of nearly 1,500 years. It suggests that ancient technology was far more advanced than we often give it credit for, and it leaves us wondering what other intricate machines might have been built, used, and lost, dissolving quietly into the salt of the Mediterranean. The Great Library of Alexandria was not just a collection of scrolls. It was a project with the ambitious goal of possessing every book in the world. The hunger for knowledge was so intense that the city enforced a unique law known as the ship's fund. When any ship docked in the harbor of Alexandria, it was searched by authorities not for contraband or weapons, but for books. If any scrolls were found on board, they were immediately seized and taken to the library. There, scribes would painstakingly copy the text onto fresh papyrus. In a surprising twist, the library would usually keep the original ancient scrolls for its own archives and return the newly made copies to the ship's captain. This aggressive acquisition policy allowed the library to amass a collection estimated to hold anywhere from 40,000 to 400,000 scrolls, effectively becoming the backup hard drive for the entire ancient world. It was here that Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the earth, and where scholars catalogued the stars. The tragedy of the library's eventual destruction, whether by Caesar's fire, religious riots, or gradual decline, is often cited as one of the greatest losses in human history. We can only guess at the plays, histories, and scientific treatises that vanished into smoke and ash, leaving gaps in our understanding that may never be filled. A reminder that knowledge, recorded on fragile paper, is as impermanent as the civilizations that write it. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire held a terrifying secret weapon that ensured its survival against overwhelming naval odds: a substance known as Greek fire. The exact composition of this liquid fire remains a mystery to this day, as the formula was a closely guarded state secret known only to the emperor and his manufacturing family. What made Greek fire so formidable was that it didn't behave like normal fire. It was pumped through bronze tubes or siphons mounted on the prows of Byzantine ships, functioning like an ancient flamethrower. When the liquid stream hit an enemy ship, it would ignite instantly. But the most terrifying aspect was that water could not extinguish it. In fact, pouring water on Greek fire often made it burn more fiercely, and it was said to continue burning even while floating on the surface of the sea. Enemy sailors would watch in horror as the ocean itself seemed to catch fire around them. Historians and chemists have speculated that the mixture likely contained crude oil or naphtha, combined with quicklime, sulfur, and pine resin. But attempts to recreate the exact behavior of the substance have never been fully successful. The secret was kept so effectively that when the empire eventually fell, the recipe disappeared entirely from history, leaving only the descriptions of a fire that could breathe on water. Standing guard over the harbor of Mandrake on the island of Rhodes was a statue so immense it was counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Colossus of Rhodes was a bronze depiction of the sun god Helios, standing approximately 33 meters high, roughly the same height as the Statue of Liberty from her heel to the top of her head. Contrary to the popular medieval myth that shows the statue spanning the harbor entrance with ships sailing between its legs, modern engineering suggests it stood on a pedestal to one side of the harbor, as the leg span pose would have been structurally impossible to build. Constructed from the melted down bronze and iron weapons left behind by a defeated invading army, the Colossus took 12 years to build. Workers had to pile up massive mounds of earth around the statue as it grew taller, just to reach the upper sections. Despite its grandeur, the giant didn't last long. It stood for only 54 years before a massive earthquake in 226 BCE snapped the statue at its knees, sending the sun god crashing onto the land. Even in ruins, it was spectacular. Pliny, the elder, wrote that few people could wrap their arms around the statue's thumb. The broken bronze lay on the ground for over 800 years, a fallen giant resting by the sea, until it was finally sold for scrap by merchants who needed 900 camels to haul it away. The story of the marathon is one of the most famous legends in history, but the reality was far more grueling than a simple 26-mile run. The legend centers on Pheidippides, a courier or day runner, who was sent from the battlefield of Marathon to Athens to announce the Greek victory over the Persians. He reportedly ran the distance, burst into the assembly, shouted Nike, victory, and then collapsed and died from exhaustion. However, the historical accounts suggest Pheidippides had already completed a superhuman feat before the battle even started. A few days prior, he had been sent from Athens to Sparta to ask for military aid, a distance of about 150 miles over rugged, mountainous terrain. He is said to have arrived in Sparta the next day, a feat of endurance that dwarfs the modern marathon. After the Spartans declined to come immediately due to religious festivals, he had to run the 150 miles back to Athens to deliver the bad news. Then the army marched to Marathon, fought the battle, and only then was the run to Athens necessary to prevent the city from surrendering in panic. Whether he ran the final leg or not, the story honors the sheer physical limit of the human body. It is a testament to a time when the speed of information was limited entirely by the speed of a runner's breath and the strength of their legs. While the Pantheon is often cited for its architectural brilliance, the true genius of Roman engineering lies hidden beneath the waves of the Mediterranean harbors. The Romans built massive maritime concrete structures that have survived for 2,000 years in harsh saltwater environments, a feat that modern concrete often fails to achieve after just 50 years. The secret to this longevity was a specific reaction between their ingredients: volcanic ash, lime, and seawater. When the Romans poured their concrete blocks into the ocean to build breakwaters and piers, they weren't just drying the mixture, they were starting a chemical process. Scientists have discovered that the seawater reacts with the volcanic material to grow a rare mineral called aluminous tobermorite. These microscopic crystals grow inside the concrete over centuries, interlocking like armor and reinforcing the structure. Essentially, the ocean water that usually destroys modern concrete by rusting its steel reinforcements actually acts as a nutrient for Roman concrete, making it stronger as the centuries pass. It is a living rock that heals itself, adapting to the environment rather than fighting against it. We are only now beginning to understand the chemistry well enough to attempt to replicate it. Looking back 2 millennia to learn how to build for the future. A recipe of fire, ash, and sea that outlasts empires. There is a strange and fascinating paradox about money in the ancient world. Sometimes the most valuable revenue streams came from the most unlikely of sources. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, urine was considered a valuable commodity, so much so that the Emperor Vespasian famously placed a tax on it. This wasn't just a quirky bureaucratic rule. It was a reflection of the industrial chemistry of the time. The Romans understood that urine contained ammonia, a powerful cleaning agent that was essential for the textile industry. Launderers, known as fullers, would set up large clay jars on street corners where passers-by could relieve themselves. These jars were then collected, and the contents were used to bleach togas and tan leather, dissolving grease and dirt that water alone couldn't touch. When Vespasian's son, Titus, complained about the disgusting nature of this tax, the emperor supposedly held up a gold coin collected from the revenue and asked if it smelled. When Titus said no, Vespasian replied with the phrase pecunia non olet, or money does not smell. It is a reminder of how the Romans wasted nothing. In their world, even the most discarded elements of daily life were cycled back into the economy, turning waste into the pristine white togas of the Senate. A cycle of utility that turned the unwanted into gold. In the markets of Rome, there was once a spice so delicious and versatile that the Romans essentially ate it into extinction. It was called silphium, a golden flowered plant that grew only in a narrow strip of land along the coast of Cyrene in modern-day Libya. The plant was a culinary miracle. Its resin was grated over roasted flamingo and dormice. Its stalks were eaten like vegetables, and its juice was prized as a medicine for everything from sore throats to stomach aches. It was even used as a form of contraceptive, making it perhaps the most valuable plant in the ancient Mediterranean. The Romans loved it so much that they stockpiled it in the imperial treasury alongside gold and silver. But despite their advanced agriculture, they could never figure out how to farm it. Silphium only grew in the wild, and as demand skyrocketed, the land was over-harvested and grazed by sheep until the delicate balance was broken. Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century, lamented that in his entire lifetime, only a single stalk had been found. It was cut and sent to the Emperor Nero as a curiosity, a final bite of a flavor that had defined a culture. Today, we don't even know for sure what it looked like, other than the images stamped on ancient coins, a ghost of a taste that vanished because it was loved too much. We often think of Roman politics as a serious affair of marble statues and stern orators. But the legend of Emperor Caligula and his horse, Incitatus, reveals the absurd theater that sometimes took center stage. According to the stories passed down by historians, Caligula doted on this racehorse with a lavishness that bordered on madness. Incitatus supposedly lived in a stable carved from marble, with an ivory manger to eat from and purple blankets, the color reserved strictly for royalty, draped over his back. The horse was said to wear a collar of precious stones and even hosted dinner parties where dignitaries were invited in the horse's name. The most enduring part of the story is that Caligula planned to appoint Incitatus as a consul, the highest elected office in the Roman Republic. While often cited as proof of the emperor's insanity, modern historians suggest it might have been a calculated piece of political satire. By threatening to give a horse the job of a consul, Caligula was effectively telling the aristocratic senators that their role was so meaningless and their subservience so complete that a beast of burden could do their job just as well. It was a terrifying joke, played by a man with absolute power, turning the highest halls of government into a stable and blurring the line between a ruler and a tyrant. At the spiritual heart of Rome burned a fire that was never allowed to go out, tended by women who lived lives of immense privilege and terrifying restriction. These were the Vestal Virgins, the priestesses of Vesta, the goddess of the hearth. While most Roman women were expected to marry and run households, the Vestals were chosen before they reached the age of 10 to serve a 30-year term. The first 10 years were spent learning the sacred rites, the second 10 performing them, and the final 10 teaching them to novices. Their primary duty was to maintain the sacred flame in the temple of Vesta. The Romans believed that if this fire was extinguished, the protection of the gods would lift and the city would fall. In exchange for this heavy burden, the Vestals were granted rights no other women had. They could own property, make wills, and travel in carriages through the city. They were so revered that if a criminal on their way to execution accidentally saw a Vestal Virgin, they were immediately pardoned. However, The price of failure was absolute. If the fire went out, the priestess responsible was beaten. If a vestal broke her vow of celibacy, she wasn't executed publicly, as no one was allowed to spill her blood. Instead, she was carried to a small underground chamber with a loaf of bread and a lamp, and buried alive. A life balanced perfectly between supreme reverence and ultimate darkness. When we picture Hadrian's wall today, we see a somber line of gray stones stretching across the green, windswept hills of northern England. But when it was new, around 122 CE, it would have looked strikingly different, an imposing, brilliant scar across the landscape. Recent archaeological evidence suggests that the wall was originally covered in a layer of plaster and then whitewashed, standing up to 15 feet tall in places. This bright white barrier would have been visible for miles against the dark peat and green grass, glistening in the rare sunlight or glowing eerily under the moon. It was not just a defensive fortification designed to keep out the barbarians of the north. It was a massive psychological statement of Roman power. The wall stretched 73 miles from coast to coast, effectively cutting the island in half. Along its length were mile castles and turrets, manned by soldiers drawn from all over the empire, from Syria to Spain, shivering on the edge of the known world. The whitewash served to make the wall feel alien and artificial, a geometric line of imperial order imposed on the wild, organic chaos of nature. To a local tribesperson looking up at it, that shining white cliff wasn't just stone. It was the blinding face of a distant Rome, watching unblinkingly from the edge of the earth. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE was a tragedy that froze the city of Pompeii in time, but it also preserved the most mundane and human whispers of the past, the graffiti. While the grand statues and villas tell us how the elite wanted to be remembered, the scribbles on the walls tell us how ordinary people actually lived. The ash protected thousands of messages scratched into plaster with sharp stones or written in charcoal, and they are strikingly similar to the things people write on internet forums or bathroom stalls today. There are no great philosophical treatises here. Instead, you find messages like, "Atimtus got me pregnant," or a simple, grumpy complaint. "The man who cooks here is a thief." One wall bears a review of a gladiator fight, keeping score of who won and who lost. Another, perhaps written by a bored loiterer, reads, "Wall, I am amazed that you have not fallen into ruin since you hold the boring scribbles of so many people. There are declarations of love, advertisements for prostitutes, and boastful claims of drinking prowess. These voices were not meant to last for 2,000 years. They were fleeting thoughts, moments of boredom, or flashes of anger, preserved by catastrophe. They remind us that the Romans weren't just marble busts, but real people who gossiped, complained, and loved, leaving their small marks on a world that would soon end. We are often taught that the Roman Empire fell in 476 CE, when the Germanic chieftain Odoacer forced the boy emperor Romulus Augustulus to abdicate. But this date is largely a convenience for history books, a simplified marker in a much longer, more complex story. In reality, half the empire didn't fall at all. When the West collapsed into fractured kingdoms, the Eastern Roman Empire, centered in Constantinople, continued for another 1,000 years. The people living there didn't call themselves Byzantines, as we do today. They called themselves Romioi, Romans. They continued Roman laws, read Roman literature, and maintained Roman traditions well into the Middle Ages. They built the Hagia Sophia, protected Europe from invasions, and preserved the knowledge of antiquity while the West fell into darkness. The true final end of the Roman political lineage didn't happen until 1453 CE, when the Ottoman cannons finally breached the massive Theodosian walls of Constantinople. That is a gap of nearly a millennium, a period of time longer than the entire history of the current English monarchy. It changes our perspective to realize that Rome didn't just crash and vanish. It faded slowly, shifting east, surviving like embers in a hearth that refused to go cold until the very onset of the modern world. A slow sunset that lasted 1,000 years. Deep beneath the earth in central China, the first emperor is said to be sleeping in a map of his own empire, surrounded by rivers that flow forever. Qin Shi Huang, the man who unified China over 2,000 years ago, spent nearly 4 decades building his final resting place. While the world knows of the thousands of terracotta warriors guarding his perimeter, each soldier possessing a unique face, the central tomb itself remains unopened, sealed away from light and air. Ancient historian Sima Qian wrote that the emperor's burial chamber contains a replica of the universe, with a ceiling painted to mimic the night sky and constellations made of pearls. But the most striking detail in the records is the description of the empire's great rivers the Yangtze, and the Yellow River, recreated with flowing mercury. For a long time, this was thought to be a legend, a poetic exaggeration of a powerful ruler. However, modern science has offered a quiet confirmation. Soil samples taken from the earth directly above the tomb have revealed mercury levels nearly 100 times higher than normal. The liquid metal was likely pumped mechanically to simulate an endless flow, symbolizing the emperor's eternal rule and his quest for immortality. Archaeologists have hesitated to open the central chamber, fearing that fresh air would instantly destroy the delicate artifacts inside, or that the mercury traps described in legends might still be waiting in the dark. So the emperor remains there, floating in his metallic rivers, in a palace that hasn't seen the sun in 2 millennia. Before the world had paper, human knowledge was heavy, carved into stone or written on cumbersome strips of bamboo that required a wagon just to transport a single book. That changed in the Han Dynasty around the year 105 CE, thanks to an official named Kai Lun. He served in the imperial court and sought a way to replace the expensive silk and heavy bamboo used for writing. His solution was a slurry of everyday scraps: tree bark, hemp waste, old rags, and discarded fishing nets. He discovered that by mashing these fibers into a pulp, mixing them with water, and pressing them flat to dry, he could create a material that was lightweight, flexible, and incredibly cheap to produce. It was a revolution that weighed almost nothing. Suddenly, ideas that once required an ox cart to move could be carried in a sleeve. The invention was considered so valuable that China guarded the secret of papermaking for over 600 years. It wasn't until the 8th century, following the Battle of Talas, that the knowledge finally moved west along the trade routes, eventually reaching the Middle East and then Europe. Today, we often take a simple sheet of paper for granted, but for centuries, it was a closely held technology that reshaped how humanity remembered its own history. Every book on a shelf traces its lineage back to those wet nets, and bark drying in the sun of ancient China. The network of trade routes we call the Silk Road was never a single road, and it carried far more than just luxury fabric across the spine of Asia. Stretching roughly 4,000 miles, or about the distance from London to New York, this web of caravan tracks connected the Pacific Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea. While silk was indeed the famous commodity that flowed westward, the routes were actually a two-way street for everything from glass and horses to spices and inventions. It was a relay race of commerce. Very few merchants ever traveled the entire length. Instead, goods changed hands at oasis towns and mountain passes, gaining value with every mile they moved. But the most significant cargo wasn't material at all, it was ideas. Buddhism traveled from India to China along these dusty paths, carried by monks walking alongside merchants. Mathematics, astronomy, and even the method for making gunpowder slowly migrated across the deserts. Of course, the road had a darker shadow. It was also the superhighway for the Black Death, which hitched a ride on the same camels that carried spices. The terrain was unforgiving, crossing the scorching Gobi Desert and the freezing passes of the Pamir Mountains. Yet for 1,500 years, this was the central artery of the human world. A path where empires met, traded, and slowly changed one another, one caravan at a time. Long before the telegraph or the telephone, the Mongols built a communication network so fast it seemed like magic to outside observers. This was the Yam system, established by Genghis Khan to keep his vast and rapidly expanding empire connected. It functioned like an ancient pony express, but on a continental scale. Relay stations were built every 20 to 30 miles, the maximum distance a horse could gallop hard before needing rest. At each station, fresh horses and supplies were always ready, waiting for the imperial messengers. A rider carrying a specialized passport, known as a pesa, could swap his tired horse for a fresh one in a matter of minutes and take off again without ever stopping to sleep. By changing horses constantly, a single message could travel 200 or even 300 miles in a single day, a speed that was unheard of in the 13th century. Marco Polo, who saw the system firsthand, marveled at its efficiency, noting that even amidst the wildest terrain, the great Khan knew what was happening in his distant provinces within days. The system was so secure and the roads so well guarded that it gave rise to the saying that a young woman could walk from one end of the empire to the other carrying a pot of gold on her head without fear of being molested. It was a web of speed and order draped over the wild steppes, shrinking the world long before technology did. Deep in the jungles of Cambodia, the great temple complex of Angkor Wat stands as a testament not just to spiritual devotion, but to a mastery of water engineering. Built in the 12th century, It is the largest religious monument in the world, constructed from millions of sandstone blocks, each weighing as much as a modern car. But the true genius of Angkor Wat lies in what surrounds it. A massive, square moat over 3 miles long. This water wasn't just for defense or decoration. It was a structural necessity. The temple was built on a swampy foundation of sandy soil. In a region with heavy monsoon rains followed by months of scorching dry heat, the ground would naturally swell and shrink, which should have caused the heavy stone temple to crack and collapse centuries ago. The ancient Khmer engineers solved this by using the moat to control the groundwater under the temple. By keeping the moat filled throughout the year, they ensured the water table beneath the stone foundation remained constant. The water acts as a stabilizer, holding the earth in place so the temple doesn't shift. It is a building that literally floats on a controlled balance of water and soil. Even today, modern engineers studying the site marvel at how the hydraulic network of canals and reservoirs kept the city alive and the temple standing. A stone mountain that relies on the gentle pressure of water to keep it from falling. The curved blade of the Japanese katana is often cited as the pinnacle of sword making, but the process of creating it was as much about chemistry as it was about art. The steel of a traditional samurai sword was not simply melted and poured, it was folded. The smith would heat the raw steel, hammer it flat, fold it over, and hammer it again, repeating this process a dozen times or more. This wasn't just for aesthetics. Folding the metal homogenized the carbon content and removed impurities, creating thousands of microscopic layers that gave the sword both flexibility and immense strength. But once the sword was forged and polished, its sharpness had to be tested. This practice, known as tameshijiri, was sometimes a grim affair. While modern practitioners test their blades on wet tatami mats or bamboo, historical tests during the Edo period sometimes involved the bodies of convicted criminals or cadavers. The results of these tests, such as how many bodies the blade could cut through in a single stroke, were occasionally inscribed on the tang of the sword, hidden beneath the handle. It was a dark certification of quality for a weapon that was considered the soul of the samurai. The sword was treated with deep spiritual reverence, believed to have its own spirit, forged in fire, and capable of cutting through the hardest armor or the softest silk with equal ease. A beautiful, terrible instrument of precision. The Great Wall of China winds for thousands of miles across mountains and valleys, defying the erosion of centuries. While the sheer size of the wall is impressive, the secret to its longevity lies in a surprising ingredient found in the kitchen: sticky rice. During the Ming Dynasty, construction workers developed a revolutionary mortar by mixing standard slaked lime with a soup made from glutinous rice. This mixture created a chemical reaction that formed a bond far stronger and more water-resistant than lime alone. The organic component in the rice, a starch called amylopectin, acted as a powerful inhibitor against crystal growth, making the mortar incredibly compact. It bound the massive bricks together so tightly that in many places, weeds still cannot grow between them today. This composite material was one of the first examples of inorganic and organic chemistry being used together in construction. It was strong enough to withstand earthquakes and modern bulldozers, yet it was made from the same staple crop that fed the workers who built it. Legends often speak of bones being buried in the wall, but it was actually the rice harvest that gave the structure its endurance. A simple agricultural grain that hardened into a barrier capable of stopping armies and withstanding the slow, grinding passage of time. Long before silver coins or paper bills exchanged hands in the marketplaces of the ancient Maya, money grew on trees. The Maya civilization, which flourished across Central America, used the cacao bean not just as the ingredient for a sacred drink, but as a primary form of currency. This system was so established that we actually have price lists from the time. A rabbit might cost you 10 beans, while a healthy slave was valued at around 100. Because this money was literally grown, the government couldn't control the supply in the way modern treasuries do. But the specific climate required for cacao trees to thrive acted as a natural regulator of inflation. The beans were valuable enough that counterfeiting became a genuine problem in the marketplaces. Archaeologists have discovered ancient fake beans where the outer shell of the cacao was carefully peeled back, the valuable meat removed, and the hollow space filled with earth or clay before being sealed shut again. The beans were also consumed in a frothy, spicy drink called xocolatl, usually reserved for the elite, meaning a wealthy leader was literally drinking their fortune. The Spanish conquistadors were initially baffled by a currency that could rot or be eaten. Yet the system was so robust that cacao beans continued to be used as legal tender in some parts of Central America until the late 19th century, a currency that bridged the gap between a biological necessity and an economic standard. Deep in the Valley of Mexico, the Aztecs built a metropolis that floated on water, utilizing an agricultural engineering feat that rivals any modern hydroponic system. The capital city of Tenochtitlan was built on Lake Texcoco, but land was scarce, so the engineers created chinempas, often called floating gardens, though they didn't actually float freely. To build them, workers wove large reed mats and staked them to the shallow lake bed with fences made of wattle. They would then pile mud, decaying vegetation, and lake sediment onto these mats until they formed rectangular islands rising above the water surface. The genius of the system lay in the planting of ahujote trees, a native willow, at the corners of each plot. The roots of these trees grew rapidly down into the lake bed, acting as living anchors that locked the artificial island in place and prevented erosion. These islands were incredibly fertile because they were constantly watered by the lake from below and fertilized by the organic richness of the dredging. Farmers could harvest up to 7 crops a year from a single chinempa, feeding a city that was larger and cleaner than London or Paris at the same time. Today, a few remnants of this vast network still exist in Xochimilco, a living echo of a city that once shimmered like a mirage on the water. In the arid, coastal deserts of southern Peru, the ancient Nazca people drew lines in the earth that no one on the ground could truly appreciate. Between 500 BCE and 500 CE, they created hundreds of geoglyphs, enormous designs etched into the landscape. By removing the reddish-brown iron oxide pebbles that cover the surface to reveal the lighter, lime-colored earth beneath. Some of these are simple geometric lines running straight for kilometers, while others depict massive animals, a hummingbird, a spider, a monkey, and even a killer whale. The scale is difficult to comprehend. The spider alone is roughly 45 meters long, and the hummingbird stretches over 90 meters. The mystery lies in the fact that these shapes are virtually impossible to recognize from the ground. They only resolve into coherent images when viewed from a high altitude, a perspective the Nazca people did not technically possess. Theories abound, from astronomical calendars to alien runways, but But the most accepted view is that they were processional paths for walking rituals dedicated to water and fertility gods who looked down from the sky. The designs have survived for 2,000 years, not because they were carved in stone, but because the region is so dry and windless that the earth simply never moves. A prayer written on the canvas of the desert, intended for eyes that were not human. Medical knowledge in the ancient Andes was far more advanced than many give it credit for, specifically regarding a delicate skull surgery known as trepanation. This procedure involved scraping or cutting a hole in the skull, likely to treat head injuries caused by sling stones or clubs during combat, or perhaps to relieve pressure and treat neurological issues. While the idea sounds terrifying, the Inca and their predecessors were shockingly good at it. By the time of the Incan Empire, specifically in the 15th century, survival rates for this surgery were averaging between 75 and 83%. For context, survival rates for similar cranial surgeries during the American Civil War, some 400 years later, were far lower due to infection. We know the patients survived because the skulls found by archaeologists show clear evidence of bone regrowth around the surgical openings, indicating the person lived for years after the operation. Incan healers likely used coca leaves as a mild anesthetic and possibly wild tobacco or maize beer to sedate the patient, while using tools made of obsidian or bronze to perform the work. They understood which areas of the head were safe to cut and how to avoid the dangerous venous sinuses. It was a sophisticated practice that turned a traumatic injury into a survivable condition long before the advent of modern sterile fields. The Inca Empire managed to govern roughly 10 million people across a vast, mountainous terrain without ever inventing a system of writing as we understand it. Instead, they relied on a complex mobile data device called the quipu. A quipu consisted of a main horizontal cord from which hung a series of pendant strings of various colors, lengths, and materials. Along these strings, officials called quipucameocs would tie knots of different types and positions to store information. It was a tactile recording system where the type of knot, the direction of the twist, and the color of the thread all carried specific data values. They used this system to track everything from census data and tax obligations to military organization and inventory in storehouses. Some researchers even believe the quipus may have encoded historical narratives or linguistic sounds, though the code for reading them in that way has been largely lost. When the Spanish arrived, they viewed the quipus with suspicion, thinking they were idolatrous objects, and burned thousands of them, destroying the library of an empire in a single stroke. Today, only a few hundred remain, silent knots holding centuries of statistics and stories that we can no longer fully unravel. A civilization held together not by ink and parchment, but by the careful tying of strings. Before the Maya or the Inca, there were the Olmecs, often called the mother culture of Mesoamerica, who left behind a heavy mystery in the jungles of Mexico. Between 1400 and 400 BCE, they carved and transported colossal stone heads, each weighing between 6 and 50 tons. These massive portraits depict men with distinct facial features, broad noses, fleshy lips, and tight-fitting helmets, believed to be powerful rulers, or perhaps famous players of the sacred ballgame. The stone used for these heads is volcanic basalt, sourced from the Tuxtla Mountains. The true marvel is that these mountains were often over 80 kilometers away from where the heads were found. The Olmecs had no metal tools to carve the rock, no beasts of burden like horses or oxen to pull them, and they did not use the wheel for practical transport. Archaeologists believe they likely moved these massive boulders using a combination of wooden rollers, sledges, and rivers, requiring a workforce of hundreds and a level of social organization that was incredibly advanced for the time. The heads were occasionally mutilated or buried by the Olmecs themselves, leading to theories that they were ritually killed when a ruler died or a dynasty changed. They sit today as heavy, silent sentinels, witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations that came long after them. High in the Peruvian Andes, the citadel of Machu Picchu stands as a master class in earthquake-resistant engineering. The Inca knew they were building on a fault line, so they employed a technique called ashlar masonry, where stones are cut so precisely that they fit together without a single drop of mortar. The fit is so tight that you cannot slide a credit card between the granite blocks today. This dry stone construction method was intentional. When an earthquake strikes, the stones are free to dance or vibrate independently. They rattle during the tremors, absorbing the seismic energy, and then settle back into their perfect interlocking positions when the shaking stops. If they had used rigid mortar, the walls would have cracked and crumbled centuries ago. Furthermore, the visible city is only about 40% of the actual construction. The other 60% consists of deep underground foundations and a sophisticated drainage system. Layers of rock and gravel beneath the terraces filter heavy rainwater away from the surface, preventing the mountainside from sliding away in mudslides. It was this hidden engineering that kept the lost city intact while it lay hidden under thick jungle growth for 400 years, waiting for the world to find it again. A city designed to move with the earth rather than stand against it. For centuries, historians debated how Viking navigators managed to cross the open Atlantic Ocean without a magnetic compass. We know they sailed from Norway to Iceland, then to Greenland, and eventually to North America, often voyaging through thick fog and under constantly overcast skies where the stars and sun were hidden for days. The answer seems to lie in a legendary tool mentioned in their sagas called a sunstone. For a long time, this was dismissed as a myth, a magical object that didn't exist in reality. But modern archaeology and optical science have revealed that the sunstone was likely a very real crystal, specifically a form of transparent calcite known as Iceland spar. This crystal has a unique property called birefringence, or double refraction. When you hold a piece of Iceland spar up to the sky, even on a cloudy day, or after the sun has dipped just below the horizon, it splits the polarized light into two distinct beams. By rotating the crystal until the two beams were equally bright, a Viking navigator could pinpoint the exact location of the invisible sun with remarkable accuracy. In 2013, researchers found a similar calcite crystal aboard an Elizabethan ship that had wrecked in 1592, suggesting the knowledge survived for centuries. It paints a beautiful image of these master mariners standing on the wooden decks of their longships, surrounded by gray mist and freezing spray, holding a small, clear stone up to the heavy sky to find the hidden light that would guide them home. In the middle of the 12th century, a strange event occurred in the quiet English village of Woolpit that has puzzled historians and folklorists ever since. During harvest time, villagers discovered two young children, a brother and a sister, standing near the wolf pits that gave the village its name. Their appearance was startling not because of their size, but because their skin was deeply pigmented with a green hue. They spoke a language no one could identify and wore clothing made of unfamiliar materials. When taken to the home of a local landowner, the children refused all food presented to them for days, until they eventually came across raw broad beans, which they tore open and ate with desperate hunger. The boy, who was sickly from the start, eventually passed away, but the girl survived. Over time, she acclimated to the local diet, and her skin gradually lost its green color. She learned to speak English and told a story that only deepened the mystery. She claimed they came from a place called St. Martin's Land, a subterranean world where the sun never rose, and the light was always like the twilight of evening. She said they were tending their father's cattle when they heard the sound of bells, followed the noise into a cavern, and emerged into the blinding sunlight of Woolpit. Whether this was a misunderstood case of medical conditions like chlorosis, or a folktale that hardened into history, the story leaves us with the image of a twilight world existing just beneath our feet. Long before the Black Death swept through Europe in the 14th century, the first great pandemic had already left a deep scar on the history of the Mediterranean. It is known as the Plague of Justinian, arriving in Constantinople in the year 541 CE. At the time, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian, I was on the verge of restoring the glory of the Roman Empire, having reconquered vast territories in Italy and North Africa. But the bacteria Yersinia pestis traveled silently across the sea on grain ships arriving from Egypt, carried by fleas on the rats that lived in the cargo holds. When it struck Constantinople, the devastation was absolute. Accounts from the time describe a city that fell into a terrified silence, where the work of artisans, merchants, and soldiers simply stopped because there was no one left to do it. It is estimated that at its peak, the plague was claiming 5,000 lives a day in the capital alone. Justinian himself contracted the disease, falling into a deep coma, though he was one of the few who recovered. The pandemic didn't just kill millions, it fundamentally changed the course of history. The manpower and resources needed to maintain a unified Roman Empire were gone, and the dream of reunification died with the victims. It marked a definitive transition from the ancient world to the medieval one, a microscopic shifting of the ages that proved more powerful than any army In the sweltering July of 1518, the city of Strasbourg witnessed one of the most bizarre episodes of mass hysteria in recorded history, the dancing plague. It began with a single woman, Frau Trophia, who stepped into the street and began to dance. She didn't dance for joy or celebration. She danced fervently, obsessively, and without music. She continued for days until she collapsed from exhaustion, only to get up and start again. Within a week, dozens of others had joined her. Within a month, there were hundreds. These were not coordinated performances, but chaotic, compulsive movements that the dancers seemed unable to stop. The city council, confused and alarmed, consulted physicians who diagnosed the problem as hot blood. In a decision that seems baffling today, the authorities decided the cure was more dancing. They believed the victims just needed to get it out of their systems. They cleared a grain market, built a wooden stage, and even hired professional musicians to play pipes and drums to keep the rhythm going. This backfired largely, as the music only encouraged more people to join the trance. Dancers began to collapse from strokes, heart attacks, and sheer physical depletion. Eventually, the survivors were taken to a hilltop shrine to pray for relief. While modern theories range from ergot poisoning caused by mold on rye bread to stress-induced mass psychogenic illness, the event remains a testament to the strange and powerful currents that can sweep through the human mind, locking it into a rhythm it cannot escape. The skyline of Cologne, Germany, is dominated by its massive Gothic cathedral, a structure that holds the record for one of the longest construction projects in human history. Work began in 1248 to house the relics of the three wise men, and the builders started with ambitious plans for twin spires that would touch the clouds. For over 200 years, masons worked on the foundation and the choir, but in 1473, construction came to a complete halt. Interest had waned, and funds had run out. For the next 400 years, the cathedral stood as a half-finished fragment. A massive wooden construction crane, built in the 1400s, was left abandoned on top of the incomplete South Tower. It stayed there for so long that it became a recognized landmark of the city in its own right, a symbol of unfinished business looming over the streets for 4 centuries. It wasn't until the 19th century, when the original medieval plans were rediscovered, that a wave of romantic enthusiasm for the Middle Ages led to the project's resumption. The cathedral was finally completed in 1880, a staggering 632 years after the first stone was laid. The structure is so vast that during World War II, when the city was leveled by aerial bombing, the cathedral remained standing despite taking 14 direct hits, rising like a dark mountain of stone above the ruins. It is a building that exists outside of a single human lifetime, a testament to patience that spans eras. When we think of London Bridge today, we picture a concrete thoroughfare for cars. But the old London Bridge of the medieval period was a living, breathing city suspended over the Thames. Completed in 1209, it was cluttered with shops, multi-story houses that leaned precariously over the water, and even a chapel. It was the only crossing point in London, making it a bottleneck of humanity, commerce, and noise. But at the southern end of the bridge stood the stone gate, which served a much grimmer purpose. For nearly 350 years, the gatehouse was adorned with the severed heads of those executed for treason. The heads were dipped in tar to preserve them against the weather, and impaled on tall pikes that jutted out towards the sky. The first head to be displayed there was the Scottish leader William Wallace in 1305. Over the centuries, the heads became a permanent, if gruesome, fixture of the London skyline. What is most fascinating is how quickly the horror became mundane. Travelers, merchants, and residents walked beneath this grisly gallery every day, buying gloves or bread in the shops just yards away, largely ignoring the silent, tar-coated sentinels above. It is a stark reminder of how life in the medieval world was a dense layering of the beautiful and the brutal, where the flow of commerce and daily routine continued uninterrupted beneath the shadow of the king's justice. Before the legal systems of evidence and juries became standard, medieval Europe relied on a practice known as trial by ordeal. This was based on the profound belief that God would actively intervene in the physical world to reveal the truth. If a person was accused of a crime, when we speak of immense wealth today, we often think of digital numbers on a screen or stock market valuations. But in the 14th century, wealth was physical, heavy, and undeniably visible. This was the reality of Mansa Musa, the ruler of the Mali Empire, who is often cited by historians as the richest individual to have ever lived. In the year 1324, he undertook a pilgrimage from West Africa to Mecca, a journey of thousands of miles across the Sahara Desert, and he did not travel alone. Historical accounts describe a caravan that stretched as far as the eye could see, consisting of 60,000 men and endless trains of camels. But it was the gold that captivated the world's imagination. Mansa Musa brought with him so much gold carried on camels, horses, and by attendants that he gave it away by the handful to the poor and to the cities he passed through. When he arrived in Cairo, his generosity was so overwhelming that it actually destabilized the local economy. He flooded the market with so much gold that the precious metal lost its value, causing a period of inflation that took over a decade to correct. It is the only time in recorded history that one man's kindness caused a financial crisis for an entire region. European mapmakers heard rumors of this golden king and began depicting him on maps holding a large gold nugget, drawing the gaze of the world toward Timbuktu. His journey reminds us of a time when the empires of West Africa were the envy of the world, holding a grandeur that modern economies can barely comprehend. While gold flowed through Mali, a different kind of treasure was being hoarded in the city of Baghdad, the treasure of knowledge. During the Islamic Golden Age, specifically from the 8th to the 13th centuries, Baghdad was home to the Beit al-Hikmah, or the House of Wisdom. This wasn't just a library. It was the intellectual heart of the known world, a place where scholars from every corner of the globe gathered to translate, debate, and discover. While much of Europe was navigating the darker periods of the early Middle Ages, the scholars in Baghdad were meticulously translating the great works of Aristotle, Plato, and Galen from Greek into Arabic, preserving wisdom that might otherwise have been lost to time forever. But they didn't just preserve, they innovated. It was within these walls that algebra was refined, where the movement of the stars was charted with new precision, and where medicine became a complex science. The library was said to be open to everyone, regardless of their background, fostering an atmosphere of quiet, intense study. Tragically, this beacon of learning met a violent end in 1258 when the Mongols besieged the city. Legend says that so many books were thrown into the Tigris River that the water ran black with ink for days. A river of knowledge washing away into the sea. Yet, because of the translation movement started there, the ideas survived. eventually finding their way back to Europe to help spark the Renaissance. It is a testament to the fragility of paper, but the durability of ideas. History often remembers Marco Polo as the ultimate traveler, but there was another explorer whose journeys make polos look like a brief vacation. His name was Ibn Battuta, a scholar from Morocco who left his home in 1325 at the age of 21, intending to go on a pilgrimage to Mecca. He expected to be gone for perhaps 2 years. Instead, he did not return home for 29 years. Over the course of his life, he covered approximately 75,000 miles, traveling through the equivalent of 44 modern countries. He walked, rode camels, and sailed ships from the coast of North Africa to the steppes of Russia, from the markets of Constantinople to the imperial courts of China, and down to the trading ports of East Africa. He survived shipwrecks, rebellions, and the Black Death, driven by an insatiable curiosity about the Dar al-Islam, the lands where Islam was practiced. Unlike many explorers who traveled for conquest or trade, Ibn Battuta seemed to travel for the sheer wonder of seeing how other people lived. Toward the end of his life, the Sultan of Morocco insisted he record his memories, resulting in a book simply known as the Rihla, or the Journey. His writings give us some of the most detailed descriptions of the medieval world we have today. He proved that a single human life is long enough to see the corners of the world, if one just keeps walking, day after day, year after year. In the 12th century, long before the invention of modern robotics or digital clocks, an engineer named Ismail al-Jazari was creating mechanical marvels that blurred the line between art and engineering. His most famous creation was the elephant clock, a water-powered masterpiece that stood over 20 feet tall. It was not merely a device to tell time. It was a celebration of the diversity of the world al-Jazari knew. The clock rested on the back of a large sculpted elephant, representing Indian and African cultures. On top of the elephant sat a dragon, representing Chinese philosophy, and a phoenix representing ancient Egypt. The mechanism inside was driven by a water tank hidden within the elephant's belly. As the water slowly emptied, it triggered a complex series of pulleys and ropes. Every half hour, the clock would come to life. The bird would chirp, the dragon would swing down, and a ball would drop into the dragon's mouth, finally landing in a vase to chime the time. It was a slow, rhythmic performance that happened 24 times a day. Al-Jazari wrote a book detailing 50 of these mechanical devices, describing exactly how to build them with a level of precision that modern engineers can still follow. His work suggests a world where technology was not just about efficiency, but about beauty, a way to measure the passing hours with a sense of wonder and grace, turning the abstract concept of time into a physical performance. When we think of the world's oldest university, our minds might drift to Oxford, Cambridge, or Bologna, but the true title holder lies in the winding streets of Fez, Morocco. The University of Al-Qarawiyyin was founded in the year 859 CE, not by a king or a council of wise men, but by a wealthy merchant woman named Fatima al-Fihri. After inheriting a fortune from her father, she vowed to build something that would serve her community forever. She began by constructing a mosque, which quickly evolved into a leading center for education in the Islamic world. For over a millennium, students have gathered there to study theology, grammar, medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. The university has never ceased operations, making it the oldest existing and continually operating educational institution in the world, according to UNESCO. Its library houses thousands of ancient manuscripts, including a Quran from the 9th century, written in Kufic, script on the skin of a gazelle. The connection between this university and the wider world is profound. It is said that Gerbert of Aurillac, who later became Pope Sylvester II, studied there and was instrumental in introducing Arabic numerals, the system we use today, to the rest of Europe. It stands as a quiet reminder that the foundations of modern learning were laid down centuries ago, starting with the vision of one woman who wanted to invest in the future of her people. Deep in the forests of what is now southern Nigeria lie the remnants of one of the greatest construction projects in human history, though it is often overlooked today. These are the walls of Benin, a massive network of earthworks that surrounded the capital of the Kingdom of Benin. While we call them walls, they were actually a complex system of banks and moats that served as both defense and boundaries for the kingdom's various districts. What makes them truly staggering is their scale. Archaeologists estimate that the network of walls once extended for nearly 10,000 miles in total, a mosaic of earthworks that required an estimated 150 million hours of digging to construct. By some calculations, the material moved to build these walls exceeded the volume of the Great Pyramid of Giza by a significant margin. They were not built of stone, but of the red earth of the region, rising out of the forest floor to protect a civilization known for its intricate bronze art and sophisticated urban planning. European visitors in the 17th century compared the city favorably to Amsterdam, noting its wide, straight streets and ordered layout. Tragically, much of this great structure was destroyed or reclaimed by the jungle after the British expedition of 1897, but the traces remain etched into the landscape. It is a memory of a civilization that shaped the earth itself on a colossal scale, building a monument not to reach the sky, but to embrace the land. There is perhaps no beverage more central to modern life than coffee, but its origins are shrouded in a charming legend from the highlands of Ethiopia. As the story is told, the discovery began with a goat herder named Caldi, who lived around the 9th century. One day, Caldi noticed that his goats, usually calm and docile, were dancing with unusual energy. They were jumping and frolicking, refusing to sleep even after the sun had gone down. Curious, Caldi investigated and found that the goats had been eating small, bright red berries from a nearby shrub. Being an adventurous soul, he tried the berries himself and soon felt the same rush of alertness and vitality. He brought his discovery to a local monastery, sharing the miraculous fruit with the monks. Initially, the monks were skeptical, throwing the berries into the fire. But as the beans roasted in the flames, a distinct, rich aroma filled the room, the smell of the first roasted coffee. They raked the roasted beans from the embers, ground them up, and dissolved them in hot water, creating the world's first cup of coffee. The monks soon found that this drink helped them stay awake during long hours of evening prayer. From these quiet Ethiopian mountains, the knowledge of the energy berry traveled to Yemen, then to the rest of the Middle East, and finally to the coffee houses of Europe and the Americas. It is a global ritual that began with a few dancing goats in a high mountain pasture. If you were to look over the shoulder of Leonardo da Vinci as he worked, you might think at first that he was writing in a secret code or a lost language. The great Renaissance polymath filled thousands of pages in his notebooks with a dense, flowing script that ran backwards, from right to left. To read his thoughts on anatomy, flight, or hydraulic engineering, you would need to hold the page up to a mirror, flipping the reflection back into legible Italian. While this technique, known as mirror writing, certainly added a layer of privacy to his potentially heretical ideas, historians believe the primary reason was far more practical. Leonardo was left-handed. In the late 15th century, writing involved dipping a quill into a pot of wet ink and dragging it across the page. For a left-handed person writing from left to right, the hand would constantly smudge the fresh ink, ruining the work. By writing in reverse, Leonardo's hand always moved away from the wet ink, keeping his notes crisp and clean. These notebooks or codices offer a window into a mind that never stopped racing. He would sketch the swirl of water in a river on one page and the muscular structure of a human arm on the next, his backward script weaving through the drawings like a decorative border. It was a method born of necessity, but it became a symbol of his unique perspective. A man who quite literally saw the world in a way no one else did. When we imagine Michelangelo painting the Sistine Chapel ceiling, we often picture him lying comfortably on his back on a high scaffold, reaching up to the plaster. But the reality was a 4-year physical nightmare that the artist endured while standing up. Between 1508 and 1512, Michelangelo stood on custom-built wooden platforms, his head tilted completely back, his neck craning painfully toward the ceiling for hours at a time. The physical toll was so severe that he wrote a poem about his misery, complaining that his spine had knotted up, his chest had bowed like a harp, and his face was a constant landing zone for dripping paint. He described his brush as always being above him, dripping a rich mosaic onto his face until he couldn't see clearly. The work required him to paint on wet plaster, a technique called fresco, which meant he had to work quickly and decisively before the surface dried. He covered over 12,000 square feet with figures of immense complexity, all while his body slowly warped from the strain. Even years after he finished, he had trouble reading a letter or looking at a drawing unless he held it up above his head, his eyes having adjusted to the upward gaze. He considered himself a sculptor, not a painter, and he grumbled through every inch of the masterpiece. Yet out of that physical agony and reluctance came one of the most transcendent works of human history, painted by a man who just wanted to return to his stone. In the quiet town of Mainz, Germany, around the year 1455, a goldsmith named Johannes Gutenberg completed a project that would alter the trajectory of human knowledge forever, though few saw it at the time. The Gutenberg Bible was the first major book printed in the West using movable metal type, but it was in surprisingly limited edition. Historians estimate that Gutenberg and his workshop produced only about 180 copies in total. Before this invention, books were laboriously hand-copied by monks and scribes, a process that could take a single person a year or more to finish just one volume. Gutenberg's press, with its oil-based ink and uniform metal letters, allowed him to produce these 180 copies in roughly 3 years, a pace that seemed miraculous to his contemporaries. The books were printed on 2 different materials. About 135 were printed on paper, while the remaining luxurious copies were printed on vellum, which is prepared animal skin. To produce just those few vellum copies, it is estimated that skins from thousands of calves were required. The text itself is in Latin, arranged in 2 dense columns of 42 lines per page, which is why it is sometimes called the 42-line Bible. Today, fewer than 50 of these original books exist, and they are considered some of the most valuable objects on earth. But in that small, ink-stained workshop, the true value wasn't the book itself, but the idea that information could be mechanically reproduced and shared, eventually flowing like water to every corner of the world. In the wealthy trading ports of the Netherlands during the 1630s, a strange fever took hold of the population that had nothing to do with disease and everything to do with flowers. This was the era of tulip mania, often cited as the first recorded speculative economic bubble in history. Tulips had recently been introduced to Europe from the Ottoman Empire, and their intense, saturated colors were unlike anything the Dutch had seen. But the obsession centered on specific bulbs that produced flowers with flame-like streaks of color, known as breaks. We now know these beautiful patterns were actually caused by a mosaic virus infecting the plant. But at the time, they were viewed as rare jewels of nature. By 1636, the demand for these rare bulbs was so intense that they were being traded on stock exchanges in Amsterdam and Haarlem. At the height of the frenzy, a single bulb of the Semper Augustus variety could cost as much as a grand canal-side house in Amsterdam. People from all walks of life, weavers, farmers, and aristocrats, mortgaged their homes, and sold their life savings to buy bulbs they hoped to resell for a profit. Contracts were sold for bulbs that were still in the ground, a practice called wind trade. Then, in February 1637, the market suddenly evaporated. Buyers refused to show up, prices collapsed, and fortunes vanished overnight, leaving people holding nothing but a common flower. It remains a quiet lesson from the Dutch Golden Age. Value is often just a story we agree to tell each other until the story ends. Deep in the archives of Yale University lies a small, unassuming book that has baffled the world's greatest minds for over a century. Known as the Voynich manuscript, it is a codex carbon dated to the early 15th century, written entirely in an unknown script and an unidentified language. The book is heavily illustrated with colorful drawings that only deepen the mystery. There are botanical sections featuring plants that do not exist on Earth, biological drawings of women bathing in strange network of tubes and green pools, and elaborate astrological charts that don't quite match the known sky. The text flows smoothly from left to right, suggesting the author was fluent in whatever language this is. Yet no one has been able to decipher a single sentence. Professional cryptographers, linguists, and even the team that cracked the Japanese naval codes in World War II have all tried and failed to unlock its secrets. Some theories suggest it is a medical guide, a nonsense hoax created to fool a wealthy buyer, or a text from a lost culture. The parchment is made of calfskin, and the paints are consistent with materials available in the Renaissance, proving it is not a modern forgery. It sits there today, a book of 240 pages, speaking a silent language that perhaps only one person in history ever truly understood. In an age where we believe we have mapped every corner of history, the Voynich manuscript remains a humble, stubborn reminder that some doors are still locked, and we have lost the key. In the mid-16th century, a Polish canon and mathematician named Nicolaus Copernicus made a decision that would physically relocate humanity's place in the universe, though he waited until the very end of his life to share it. For over a millennium, the Western world had operated on the Ptolemaic system, which placed the Earth firmly at the center of the universe, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around us. It was a comforting model that matched human intuition and religious teaching. Copernicus, however, had calculated that this was mathematically impossible. In his manuscript De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres, he proposed that the Earth was merely one of several planets orbiting the Sun. He held onto this theory for decades, refining his calculations in private, fearful of the ridicule and ecclesiastical backlash such a radical idea would invite. He only agreed to publish it when he was nearing 70 years old. The story goes that he was on his deathbed in 1543 when the first printed copy of his book was finally placed in his hands. He is said to have awoken from a coma, looked at the book that contained his life's work, and then closed his eyes forever. He passed away just as he set the stationary Earth in motion. It would take another century and the work of Galileo and Kepler to prove him right. But in that quiet room in Poland, the universe had already shifted. We were no longer the center of everything, just travelers on a small blue world drifting through the dark. It is difficult to speak a sentence of modern English without unknowingly quoting William Shakespeare. The Bard of Avon didn't just write plays. He was an architectural engineer of the English language during the late 16th and early 17th centuries. At that time, English was a fluid, rapidly evolving language, but it often lacked the specific vocabulary to describe complex human states or actions. Shakespeare simply filled the gaps by inventing words. Over 1,700 of them are first recorded in his works. He did this by combining existing words, turning nouns into verbs, or adding prefixes and suffixes. If you have ever felt lonely, you are using a word Shakespeare popularized to describe a solitude that feels heavy. If you have engaged in gossip, been in a bedroom, or waited for a dawn, you are speaking his inventions. He gave us words that are incredibly physical, like eyeball and alligator, and words that are purely emotional, like gloomy. Before him, you might have been uncomfortable, a word he is credited with recording. He didn't just tell stories, he built the tools we use to tell our own. It is a testament to his understanding of the human mind that the words he created are the ones we still use to describe our most intimate realities. Every time we speak of a radiance or a kissing traitor, we are echoing a man who sat by candlelight 400 years ago, searching for a sound that matched a feeling, and deciding to create one when he couldn't find it. We often say that Ferdinand Magellan was the first person to circumnavigate the globe, but history holds a quieter, more complicated truth. Magellan never actually finished the journey. he organized the expedition and led the fleet of 5 ships that sailed from Spain in 1519, searching for a western route to the Spice Islands, but he died in the Philippines halfway through the voyage. The man who actually completed the circle was Juan Sebastian Elcano, a Basque navigator who took command of the expedition's last surviving ship, the Victoria. The journey was incredibly grueling, lasting 3 long years and costing the lives of nearly everyone involved. Of the roughly 270 men who set sail, only 18 emaciated survivors returned to Spain on that single battered ship. The hull was leaking, the sails were worn, but the hold was filled with enough cloves and spices to pay for the entire expedition and make a profit. It is strange to think that Elcano, the man who actually steered the ship back to its home port and proved the world could be circled, is often a footnote in the story of his own captain. The history of exploration is filled with such near misses, where the name we remember is not always the one who stood at the wheel when the final harbor came into view. The ocean keeps its own tally, indifferent to who claims the credit, remembering only the wake left behind by the wooden hulls as they crossed the invisible line where the map ends and the world begins again. For centuries, the greatest enemy of sailors wasn't the storm, the pirate, or the sea monster, but a silent condition known as scurvy. It was a terrifying breakdown of the body caused by a lack of vitamin C, where old wounds would mysteriously open up again, and bones that had healed years prior would separate. The cure was eventually popularized by Captain James Cook, but it wasn't a complex medicine, it was cabbage. Specifically, fermented cabbage or sauerkraut. Cook knew that keeping his crew healthy was the only way to map the vast, uncharted waters of the Pacific. So he loaded his ships with thousands of pounds of sauerkraut, which is rich in vitamin C and rarely spoils. The challenge was that British sailors despised the sour, foreign food and refused to eat it. Cook, understanding human psychology, simply ordered that sauerkraut be served every day at the captain's table and restricted it to the officers. The crew, seeing their superiors eating it, assumed it was a luxury they were being denied and immediately demanded their own ration. Because of this simple trick of psychology and diet, Cook's voyages were some of the first in history to lose almost no men to scurvy. It changed the range of naval exploration forever. Suddenly, ships could stay at sea for months or years without the crew succumbing to illness, allowing them to chart the coastlines of Australia, New Zealand, and Hawaii. A humble barrel of fermented cabbage became the key that unlocked the farthest corners of the map. There is a prevalent image of the pirate wearing an eye patch, and while we often assume this was to cover a missing eye lost in battle, there is a fascinating practical theory behind it related to night vision. On a sailing vessel, a pirate might need to move constantly between the blindingly bright sunlight of the upper deck and the pitch-black darkness of the ship's hold. The human eye takes about 20 to 30 minutes to fully adapt to darkness, a process involving the regeneration of photopigments in the retina. In the midst of a raid or a battle, a delay of 20 minutes to see in the dark could be fatal. The theory suggests that smart sailors would wear a patch over one eye while on deck to keep it in a permanent state of dark adaptation. When they rushed below decks to fight or retrieve gunpowder, they would simply flip the patch up, and that eye would immediately be able to see clearly in the gloom. It was a form of low-tech biohacking, using the body's own natural mechanisms to gain a tactical advantage. Modern pilots use a similar principle when they use red lights in cockpits to preserve their night vision. It changes the way we look at those old illustrations. The patch wasn't necessarily a scar of past violence, but a tool of the trade, a way to walk between the worlds of light and shadow without ever losing one's way. The golden age of piracy is usually dominated by stories of bearded men, but two of the most fierce and fascinating figures on the high seas were women, Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Their story is one of defiance against almost every societal norm of the 18th century. Both women dressed as men to join the crew of the pirate calico Jack Rackham, and by all accounts, they were more competent and dangerous than most of their male counterparts. They didn't just pose as pirates, they lived the hard, salt-worn life of the sea, fighting in skirmishes and managing the ship. When their ship was finally cornered by pirate hunters in Jamaica in 1720, the story goes that most of the male crew, including Captain Rackham, were too drunk to fight and hid in the hold. Bonny and Read, however, stayed on deck, fighting back to back against the boarding party until they were overwhelmed. There is a legendary, perhaps apocryphal, comment attributed to Anne Bonny when she visited Rackham in prison before his execution. She reportedly told him, "I am sorry to see you here, But if you had fought like a man, you need not have been hanged like a dog. It is a sharp, biting end to a partnership. While the men faced the gallows, both women pleaded their bellies, revealing they were pregnant and were spared execution. Mary Read died of a fever in prison, but Anne Bonny's ultimate fate remains a mystery. She vanished from the record, perhaps slipping back into a quiet life, leaving only the legend of her fire on the open water. The true story of Pocahontas is far more complex and political than the romanticized versions we often hear. Her real name was Matoka, and she was not a woman who fell in love with John Smith, but a diplomat and a peace weaver between two colliding civilizations. At a very young age, she acted as an intermediary between her father, the powerful Chief Powhatan, and the struggling English settlers at Jamestown. The famous story of her saving John Smith's life is now believed by many historians to have been a misunderstood adoption ritual, or perhaps a fabrication by Smith himself years later. She eventually married John Rolfe, the man who introduced tobacco farming to Virginia, which created a period of peace known as the Peace of Pocahontas. She traveled to London, not as a curiosity, but as an ambassador, presented at the court of King James, as a symbol that the colonies were civilized and viable. She was feted by society, dressed in Elizabethan velvet and stiff collars, navigating the treacherous waters of English politics just as skillfully as she had navigated the forests of Virginia. Tragically, as she was preparing to return home in 1617, she fell ill and died at Gravesend, England, at the age of roughly 21. She was buried far from her ancestral lands, a bridge between worlds, who never made it back to the side she started on. Her life was not a fairy tale, but a testament to adaptation and resilience in a world that was rapidly changing around her. One of the most enduring mysteries of the colonization of the Americas is the lost colony of Roanoke. In 1587, a group of about 115 English settlers established a colony on Roanoke Island, off the coast of what is now North Carolina. Their governor, John White, sailed back to England to get more supplies, intending to return within a few months. However, the outbreak of war with Spain and the attack of the Spanish Armada delayed him for 3 long years. When White finally returned in 1590, the colony was completely abandoned. The houses were dismantled, not destroyed, suggesting an orderly departure rather than a sudden attack. There were no bodies, no signs of struggle, and no graves. The only clue was the word Croatoan, carved into a wooden post of the fort's palisade, and the letters CRO carved into a nearby tree. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island and a friendly Native American tribe. White wanted to search the island, but a massive storm forced his ships to leave, and he never returned. For centuries, people have speculated about their fate: starvation, slaughter, or trying to sail home. But the most likely and gentle theory is that they simply assimilated. They likely moved in with the Croatoan people or other inland tribes to survive, intermarrying and slowly weaving their lives into the local fabric. They didn't vanish into thin air. They likely just became part of the land, their English identities fading like a mist as they adopted a new way of life to survive the wilderness. When we think of the great age of naval exploration, we usually picture the ships of Christopher Columbus, but compared to the fleets of the East, his ships were essentially rowboats. Decades before Columbus sailed the Atlantic, the Chinese Admiral Zheng, he commanded a treasure fleet that was truly staggering in scale. Between 1405 and 1433, Zheng he led 7 voyages across the Indian Ocean, reaching as far as the coast of East Africa. His flagship vessels were known as treasure ships, and they were massive. While Columbus's Santa Maria was about 60 feet long, records suggest Zheng He's ships were over 400 feet long and 160 feet wide. They had 9 masts and 12 sails, carrying hundreds of sailors, soldiers, and diplomats, along with vast stores of cargo. A single one of these ships could have likely held Columbus's entire fleet on its deck. They were essentially floating cities that projected the immense power and wealth of the Ming dynasty. They brought back exotic goods, including giraffes and zebras, which amazed the Chinese court. However, after Zheng He's death, political winds in China shifted. The emperors turned inward, deciding that the outside world had nothing of value to offer the Middle Kingdom. The massive dry docks were abandoned, the records were destroyed, and the great ships were allowed to rot or were burned. It is a profound what if of history had China chosen to continue outward. The global map of the last 500 years might have looked completely different. The giants of the sea vanished, leaving only the smaller ships of the West to inherit the oceans. Benjamin Franklin is often remembered for his kite experiment, or his bifocals, but he considered his greatest invention to be a musical instrument known as the glass harmonica. The idea came to him after seeing musicians play water-tuned wine glasses, rubbing wet fingers along the rims to create singing tones. Franklin wanted to eliminate the need for water tuning and make the instrument easier to play. So he worked with a glass blower to create a series of 37 glass bowls of varying sizes. These bowls were mounted on a horizontal iron spindle, nesting inside one another without touching, and were rotated by a foot pedal similar to a sewing machine. When a musician touched the spinning glass with wet fingers, it produced a sound unlike anything else, ethereal, piercing, and ghostly, often described as the voice of angels. It became incredibly popular for a time, with Mozart and Beethoven composing pieces specifically for it. But a dark rumor eventually silenced its music. Performers and listeners began to report dizziness, nervousness, and even madness after long exposure to its vibrations. Some blamed the high lead content in the crystal, while others believed the eerie, high-pitched frequencies overstimulated the brain. Gradually, the instrument fell out of favor, relegated to museums and curiosity shops. It remains a strange footnote in musical history, a machine built to capture the singing of the spheres that proved too haunting for the human mind to endure for long. The storming of the Bastille is one of the most famous events in history, painted in our minds as a dramatic liberation of the oppressed masses. Yet, the reality inside the prison was surprisingly quiet. On July 14, 1789, when the angry Parisian crowd besieged the medieval fortress, they were primarily looking for gunpowder to arm themselves, not necessarily to free a legion of prisoners. The Bastille was indeed a symbol of royal tyranny, a place where people could be locked away without trial on the king's orders. But by the time the revolutionaries broke through the heavy wooden gates and lowered the drawbridge, the dungeons were practically empty. There were only 7 prisoners inside the entire massive complex. 4 of them were forgers who had counterfeited bills of exchange. 2 were men who had been declared insane and were being held there for custody. And the last was a nobleman, the Count of Soliges, who had been imprisoned at the request of his own family for crimes that remain historically vague, likely sexual misconduct. There were no political prisoners, no great writers or revolutionaries waiting in chains. The liberators were somewhat disappointed to find such a sparse population to rescue. Yet the physical reality mattered less than the symbol. The fortress was dismantled stone by the citizens, who sold the fragments as souvenirs of liberty. It serves as a reminder that history is often driven not by the mundane facts of a moment, but by the powerful, sweeping stories we tell ourselves about them. There is perhaps no historical misconception more persistent than the idea that Napoleon Bonaparte was short, a myth that has even given us the psychological term Napoleon complex. The image of the angry, tiny general barking orders has been standard for 2 centuries. Yet the man himself was actually slightly taller than the average Frenchman of his time. The confusion stems from a mix of cultural differences in measurement and very effective wartime propaganda. When his height was recorded at the time of his death, he measured 5 feet 2 inches, but this was in pre-revolutionary French units. A French inch was longer than a British inch. When converted to the British system used today, Napoleon stood about 5 feet 6 or 7 inches tall, which was respectable for the early 19th century. He would have looked eye to eye with many of his soldiers. The myth was cemented by British cartoonists like James Gilray, who drew Napoleon as a tiny, tantrum-throwing child to mock his power and diminish the threat he posed to Europe. Additionally, Napoleon was often surrounded by his imperial guard, who were required to be exceptionally tall, making him appear smaller by comparison. He never shook the nickname Le Petit Caporal, though his soldiers used it as a term of affection rather than a description of his size. It is a strange legacy. A man who conquered nearly all of Europe is remembered by the one physical trait he didn't actually possess, proving that history is written not just by the victors, but by the satirists. For over 1,000 years, the history of ancient Egypt was a locked room, its walls covered in beautiful pictures and symbols that no one could understand. The ability to read hieroglyphs had vanished with the Roman period, leaving the monuments silent until soldiers stumbled upon a slab of dark granodiorite in 1799. This was the Rosetta Stone, a broken fragment of a larger stele that would become the most important key in linguistic history. Its surface was inscribed with the same decree written in 3 different scripts: the formal hieroglyphs of the priests at the top, the demotic script used by common people in the middle, and ancient Greek at the bottom. Because scholars could still read ancient Greek, they finally had a parallel text to work from. However, deciphering it wasn't instant. It took over 20 years of obsessive work. The breakthrough came when the French scholar Jean-François Champollion realized that the hieroglyphs weren't just symbolic pictures representing ideas, but that they also represented sounds, much like a modern alphabet. By focusing on the cartouches, the oval loops containing the names of royalty, like Ptolemy, he began to map the sounds to the symbols. When he finally cracked the code in 1822, it is said he ran into his brother's office, shouted, "I have found it," and promptly fainted from exhaustion. In that moment, the silence of a millennia ended, and the voices of pharaohs, scribes, and workers could finally be heard again, speaking across the vast distance of time. The Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg is one of the largest and most prestigious art museums in the world, and it began as the personal passion project of Catherine the Great. She was a ruler of immense ambition, not just in politics, but in culture, and she described herself as a glutton for art. It started in 1764 when she purchased a collection of 225 paintings from a Berlin merchant that had originally been intended for the King of Prussia. Over the next few decades, she acquired entire collections from European nobility who were short on cash, buying thousands of paintings, drawings, and sculptures. She built the Hermitage, a name derived from the French for hermit's dwelling, as a private retreat attached to the Winter Palace, where she could escape the court and enjoy her treasures in solitude. She once wrote in a letter that only the mice and I can admire all this. Speaking of mice, the museum has a living tradition that dates back even further than Catherine. For nearly 3 centuries, a dedicated force of cats has patrolled the basement and galleries to protect the art from rodents. These Hermitage cats are considered official employees, with their own press secretary and dedicated caretakers. Today, the collection has grown to over 3 million items, a testament to an empress who wanted to bring the beauty of the world to the frozen north, guarded faithfully by her silent, prowling sentinels. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart is known for his operas and symphonies, but one of his closest companions was a small starling he bought from a pet shop in Vienna. In May of 1784, Mozart walked into the shop and heard a bird whistling a tune that sounded incredibly familiar. It was the theme from the final movement of his own piano concerto number 17, which he had only completed a few weeks prior. The bird had likely heard Mozart whistling it, or heard it played during rehearsals. Fascinated and delighted, Mozart bought the starling immediately for 34 kreuzer. He recorded the purchase in his expense diary, noting the melody the bird sang, but with a slight correction. The bird held a G sharp instead of a G natural. Mozart loved this little variation. The starling lived with him for 3 years, flitting about his study as he composed some of his greatest works. When the bird died, Mozart didn't just toss it out. He held a formal funeral in his garden. He wore heavy mourning clothes, organized a procession of mourners, and wrote a poem for the grave marker that began, "Here rests a lovely fool, a starling dear." It's a touching glimpse into the playful and sentimental side of a musical genius, showing how he found inspiration and friendship in the song of a small, feathered creature that tried its best to sing along with him. The way we measure the world today in meters, liters, and grams was born from the fiery chaos of the French Revolution. Before this, France alone had over 250,000 different units of measurement. A foot in one village might be shorter than a foot in the next, making trade and science incredibly difficult. The revolutionaries wanted to wipe the slate clean and create a rational, universal system based on the earth itself, rather than the arbitrary authority of a king. They decided that the new unit of length, the meter, would be equal to 1/10,000,000th of the distance from the North Pole to the equator. To determine this length precisely, 2 astronomers, Jean-Baptiste Delambre and Pierre Méchain, were sent on a dangerous expedition to measure the meridian arc running through Dunkirk and Barcelona. It took them 7 years. They dragged heavy equipment up mountains, were arrested as spies, got caught in wars, and suffered from illness and depression. Méchain actually made a small error in his calculations, a secret that tormented him until his death, which means the standard meter is technically a fraction of a millimeter wrong according to the original definition. Despite the struggle, they succeeded in creating a shared language of measurement for humanity. It is a system that brings order to our lives, born from a desire to measure the world by the world itself, linking our daily lives to the curve of the planet we call home. There was a summer in London so oppressive that the government almost ceased to function, not because of war or politics, but because of a smell. In the heat wave of 1858, the River Thames, which had long served as the dumping ground for the city's waste, began to ferment in the sun, creating an event known as the Great Stink. The odor was so overwhelming that curtains in the Houses of Parliament were soaked in chloride of lime to try and mask the scent. But even that failed to hold back the tide of bad air. Lawmakers were seen running from committee rooms with handkerchiefs pressed to their faces, and there was serious talk of moving the entire government to Oxford or St. Albans just to escape the vapors rising from the riverbanks. It is a testament to human motivation that while politicians had debated sanitary reform for years without result, this acute discomfort led them to pass a bill in just 18 days to fix the problem. They commissioned the brilliant civil engineer Joseph Bazalgette to construct a massive network of intercepting sewers. He didn't just build for the needs of the time. He calculated the population density, determined the necessary pipe diameter, and then famously doubled it, saying, "We're only going to do this once." That decision is the only reason the Victorian brickwork tunnels are still functioning for a modern city of 9 million people today. Deep beneath the busy streets of London, the dark, rushing waters still follow the paths he laid out. A hidden river engineered by a man who looked centuries ahead. When we look at old photographs from the Victorian era, the subjects almost never smile, appearing stern and serious. But this was a matter of technology rather than temperament. In the early days of photography, particularly with the daguerreotype process invented in 1839, capturing an image wasn't a split-second affair. It was an endurance test. A single exposure could take anywhere from several minutes to half an hour, depending on the lighting conditions. Sitting perfectly still with a frozen smile for 20 minutes is nearly impossible for the human face muscles to maintain without twitching, which would cause the image to blur and ruin the expensive plate. To help people remain motionless, photographers used hidden iron stands with clamps that gently held the subject's head in place from behind, like a rigid neck brace disguised by hair or collars. The cultural convention also played a role. Early photography was seen as a successor to painted portraiture, a formal and expensive occasion where one wanted to look dignified and timeless, not captured in a fleeting moment of mirth. Instead of say cheese, which forces the mouth into a wide grin, photographers of the era would instruct subjects to say prunes or prism, words that kept the mouth small and the expression controlled. As technology improved and shutter speeds quickened, smiles slowly began to creep into our visual history. But those early, ghostly images remain stoic. They are portraits of patience, capturing people holding their breath and their posture against the slow passage of time. The Earl of Sandwich has his name on menus across the world, not because he was a great chef, but because he was a man who didn't want to be interrupted. John Montagu, the fourth Earl of Sandwich, was a prominent 18th century statesman, but his lasting legacy comes from a story about his intense focus, or perhaps his vice. Accounts vary on whether he was deeply engrossed in a marathon gambling session at a card table or working late at his desk on naval administration. But the core of the story remains the same. He refused to leave his seat for a formal meal. Around 1762, he ordered his valet to bring him a piece of salt beef tucked between two slices of toasted bread. This allowed him to eat with one hand while continuing his activities with the other, all without getting grease on his cards or his papers. While people in the Mediterranean and Near East had been eating meat with bread for thousands of years, and the concept wasn't entirely new, the Earl's social status popularized this specific configuration among the London elite. His friends began to order the same as Sandwich, and eventually they simply ordered a sandwich. It is strange to think that a moment of convenience for an English aristocrat gave a name to the universal concept of portable food. It transformed the ritual of dining into something that could move with the pace of modern life, a simple architectural solution to the problem of hunger. Long before the first physical computer was ever built, a mathematician named Ada Lovelace wrote the first algorithm intended to be processed by a machine. In the mid-1800s, she began working with Charles Babbage, a brilliant but somewhat disorganized inventor who was designing a mechanical device called the analytical engine. While Babbage saw his machine as a supercalculator for crunching numbers, Lovelace saw something far more profound in the complex interplay of its gears and levers. In 1843, while translating an article about the engine, she added her own set of notes, which ended up being 3 times longer than the original paper. In Note G, she detailed a step-by-step method for calculating a sequence of Bernoulli numbers using the machine, technically the first computer program in history. But her true genius was her vision. She realized that if the machine could manipulate numbers, and if numbers could represent other things like musical notes or letters, then the computer could effectively compose music or create art. She called this poetical science, a blend of logic and imagination that predicted the digital age a century before it arrived. The analytical engine was never fully built in her lifetime, and her notes gathered dust for decades. But her mind had already traveled to the future. She saw the potential for a world woven of code, waiting quietly for the hardware to catch up. The Pony Express is often remembered as a defining feature of the American West. Yet its entire existence lasted for only about 18 months. Established in April 1860, this mail service was a marvel of human and equine endurance, designed to bridge the vast gap between St. Joseph, Missouri, and Sacramento, California. Before this, getting a letter across the country could take months by stagecoach or ship. But the Pony Express riders promised to do it in just 10 days. The system relied on a relay of nearly 200 stations, spaced about 10 miles apart, the distance a horse could run at a full gallop before tiring. A rider would sprint from one station to the next, swap his horse in less than 2 minutes, and take off again, transferring the mail pouch or mochila to a fresh rider after about 75 miles. These young men rode through blizzards, scorching heat, and hostile territories, often carrying nothing but a Bible, a gun, and the mail. It was a romantic and desperate enterprise that captured the public imagination, but it was doomed by an even faster technology. In October 1861, the transcontinental telegraph line was completed, allowing messages to travel instantly as electric pulses rather than on the back of a sweating horse. The Pony Express shut down almost immediately, a flash of physical bravery rendered obsolete by the invisible speed of electricity. On August 27, 1883, the island of Krakatoa in Indonesia produced a sound so loud it is considered the most powerful noise in recorded history. The volcanic eruption was not just a geological event. It was an acoustic anomaly that defied belief. The explosion was heard clearly by people 3,000 miles away on the island of Rodriguez in the Indian Ocean, where it sounded like the distant roar of heavy cannon fire. Closer to the source, The sound was devastating, rupturing the eardrums of sailors on ships 40 miles away. But the pressure wave generated by the blast didn't stop there. It continued to travel, circling the entire globe not once, but at least 3.5 times. Barometers in cities as far away as London and New York registered the spike in atmospheric pressure as the wave passed, and then registered it again and again as it lapped around the planet, rebounding like a ripple in a pond. The eruption threw so much ash into the stratosphere that it lowered global temperatures for years and created spectacularly vivid, blood-red sunsets around the world. These twilight skies were so intense that fire departments in the United States were occasionally called to put out non-existent fires, the sky itself appearing to burn. It is believed that the lurid, swirling sky in Edvard Munch's famous painting, The Scream, was inspired by the sunsets he witnessed over Norway in the wake of this event. A single mountain spoke, and the entire world was forced to listen. The Eiffel Tower, now the iron symbol of romance and permanence, was originally designed to be a temporary installation that would be torn down after 20 years. Built for the 1889 Exposition Universelle to celebrate the centennial of the French Revolution, the tower was intended to show off France's industrial prowess and engineering capability. At the time, it was not welcomed by the Parisian artistic community. A group of 300 prominent artists and writers signed a petition calling it a useless and monstrous blot on the skyline, comparing it to a hateful column of bolted sheet metal. The writer Guy de Maupassant famously ate lunch at the tower's restaurant every day, claiming it was the only place in Paris where he could sit and not have to look at the Eiffel Tower. It was slated for demolition in 1909, and the only thing that saved it was its height. The tower proved to be the perfect platform for the new technology of radio telegraphy. The military realized they could send signals further from the top of the tower than from anywhere else, making it a strategic asset rather than just a tourist attraction. Today, the iron lattice still stands, responding to the weather in a way most people don't notice. Because metal expands when heated, the top of the tower can shift away from the sun by up to 18 centimeters on a hot day. It is a living structure of iron, a temporary guest that decided to stay and watch over the city forever. One of the most famous cases in medical history began on a dusty railroad track in Vermont on a mild September afternoon in 1848. Phineas Gage, a 25-year-old foreman, was working with his crew to blast through rock for a new railway line. The process involved boring a hole, adding blasting powder, and packing it down with a heavy iron rod. In a moment of distraction, the iron struck a spark against the rock, igniting the powder prematurely. The resulting explosion drove the tamping iron, a metal rod over a meter long and 3 centimeters thick, straight through Gage's left cheek and out the top of his skull. It landed several meters away, smeared with blood and brain matter. Incredibly, Gage did not die. He was not only conscious, but was able to walk to an ox cart and speak to the doctor shortly after, famously saying, "Here is business enough for you." Physically, he recovered, but those who knew him said that Gage was no longer Gage. The gentle, efficient foreman became fitful and irreverent. His survival provided the first clear evidence that different parts of the brain control different aspects of who we are, linking our personality to the physical structure of our minds. It remains a singular moment where the fragility of the body met the resilience of the human spirit, changing our understanding of the self forever. In the late 19th century, a bottle of medicine sitting on a family's shelf might have contained something that today would be considered strictly illegal. During the 1890s, the German pharmaceutical company Bayer was looking for a non-addictive substitute for morphine, which was widely used for pain relief, but had created a crisis of dependency. They synthesized a new compound called diacetylmorphine and marketed it under a brand name that sounded strong and dependable: heroin. It was sold as a safe, over-the-counter cough suppressant, specifically recommended for children who were suffering from respiratory ailments like bronchitis or tuberculosis. At the time, coughing was a leading cause of death, so a powerful suppressant was seen as a miracle cure. Doctors prescribed it freely, and parents administered it to fussy babies to help them sleep, completely unaware that the body metabolizes this compound back into morphine. It took nearly 2 decades for the medical community to fully admit that their heroic cure was actually one of the most addictive substances on earth. It serves as a quiet reminder that what we consider safe is often just a reflection of what we have yet to learn, and that even the best intentions can sometimes lead us down a dark and winding path. art history holds a macabre secret within the rich, warm shadows of 19th century paintings. For centuries, but particularly during the Victorian era, artists sought a specific shade of brown that was transparent, rich, and perfect for shading flesh tones. This pigment was known as mummy brown. The name was not a metaphor. The paint was actually produced by grinding up the mummified remains of ancient Egyptians, both humans and cats, that had been brought over from the tombs of the Nile. The resin and bitumen used in the ancient embalming process mixed with the ground remains to create a pigment that handled oil paint beautifully, known as caput mortuum, or dead head. Many artists who used it, including members of the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, were reportedly unaware of its literal origins. There is a famous story of the painter Edward Burne-Jones, who, upon discovering that his tube of paint was actually made of human remains, insisted on giving it a decent burial in his garden. The production of this pigment continued well into the 20th century, only stopping when the supply of available mummies finally ran out. It is a strange thought that the bodies of ancient people, intended for eternity in a tomb, ended up preserving the light and shadow on a canvas in a London studio, becoming art instead of dust. In the mid-1920s, the tension between nations was so brittle that a wandering animal could nearly spark a full-scale war. This bizarre conflict, known as the War of the Stray Dog, took place at the border between Greece and Bulgaria. Relations between the two countries were already strained, with soldiers on both sides watching the boundary line with heightened suspicion. According to the story, a Greek soldier stationed at the border had a dog that ran away from him, crossing the invisible line into Bulgarian territory. Without thinking, the soldier ran after his companion. In the confusion and tension of the moment, Bulgarian sentries saw a Greek soldier crossing the line and opened fire, killing him. The incident escalated rapidly from a misunderstanding into a crisis. Greece demanded an apology and reparations, and when they weren't met, they launched an invasion, occupying the town of Petrich. It took the intervention of the League of Nations to negotiate a ceasefire and convince the Greek forces to withdraw. Roughly 50 people lost their lives in the brief conflict. It is a somber example of how delicate the peace can be, where a simple act of loyalty to a pet could unravel the composure of nations. and set the machinery of war in motion over a few meters of grass. History is often unkind to those who see the truth before the world is ready to accept it. Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian physician working in Vienna in the 1840s, is one of the most tragic examples of this. At the time, maternity wards were deadly places, with many new mothers dying of childbed fever. Semmelweis noticed a stark difference between two clinics at his hospital, one staffed by midwives and one staffed by doctors and medical students. The clinic with the doctors had a much higher death rate. He realized that the doctors were coming directly from performing autopsies on cadavers to delivering babies, carrying invisible cadaverous particles on their hands. He ordered the doctors to wash their hands in a chlorinated lime solution before attending to patients, and the death rate plummeted immediately. But instead of being hailed as a hero, Semmelweis was mocked. The medical establishment was insulted by the suggestion that a gentleman's hands could be unclean. They rejected his findings because they contradicted the medical theories of the time. He was eventually forced out of his post and died in an asylum, beaten by guards, never knowing that his clean hands theory would later become the foundation of modern hygiene and save countless millions of lives. The electricity that hums quietly in the walls of our homes today was once the subject of a fierce industrial battle known as the War of the Currents. In the late 19th century, two different systems were vying to power the world. On one side was Thomas Edison, who championed direct current, or DC. On the other was George Westinghouse, who backed the alternating current, or AC, system developed by the brilliant Nikola Tesla. Edison's DC power was safer at low voltages, but it had a major flaw. It couldn't travel long distances. You would need a noisy, coal-burning power station every mile or so to keep the lights on. Tesla's AC power, however, could be stepped up to high voltages, travel hundreds of miles over thin wires, and then be stepped down for safe use in a home. The battle was bitter, with Edison launching a public smear campaign to paint AC as dangerous, even going so far as to use it to electrocute animals publicly. But logic eventually won out. When the contract to harness the massive power of Niagara Falls was awarded to Westinghouse, the world effectively chose AC. Today, the grid that spans continents is a testament to Tesla's vision. A vast, silent web of energy that flows back and forth, lighting up the darkness of our nights from halfway across the world. We tend to think of wars as long, drawn-out tragedies that span years, but history records one conflict that was shorter than a lunch break. The Anglo-Zanzibar War of 1896 is officially the shortest war in recorded history. The conflict arose after the pro-British Sultan of Zanzibar died, and his cousin, Khalid bin Bargash, seized the throne without British approval. The British Empire, which had significant influence in the region, demanded he step down. When Khalid refused and barricaded himself inside the palace with his guards, the British Royal Navy moved into the harbor. They issued an ultimatum that expired at 9:00 a.m. on August 27th. At 9:02 a.m., when the palace flag was still flying, the British ships opened fire. The wooden palace was quickly devastated by the shelling, and the Sultan's artillery was silenced almost immediately. By 9:40 a.m., the flag was pulled down and the firing ceased. The entire war lasted somewhere between 38 and 45 minutes. In less than an hour, a government had fallen, a palace was in ruins, and the political landscape was altered. It stands as a curious anomaly in the timeline of nations, a reminder of how quickly the tide of power can turn, vanishing as swiftly as a morning mist. In the winter of 1914, amidst the mud and thunder of the First World War, a strange and gentle silence descended across the Western Front that history has never forgotten. It began not with a command from generals, but with the sound of singing on Christmas Eve. German soldiers in their trenches started lighting small candles on fir trees and singing Still Nacht or Silent Night. Across the freezing stretch of no man's land, British soldiers listened to the familiar melody drifting through the cold air and began to sing back in English. Slowly, cautiously, men from both sides climbed out of the protective earth and walked toward the center of the desolate field, hands raised to show they held no weapons. For a brief, surreal window of time, enemies became simply people again. They exchanged small gifts found in their pockets, cigarettes, buttons, chocolate, and plum pudding. In several places along the line, the soldiers cleared away the stones and debris to play impromptu games of football, kicking makeshift balls made of bundled rags or leather across the frozen ground. It was a moment where the shared humanity of thousands of young men overpowered the machinery of war, if only for a few hours. The truce wasn't official, and in many places it was strictly forbidden by high command. Yet the desire for peace was stronger than the orders to fight. As the holiday passed, the singing faded, and the soldiers slowly returned to their trenches, carrying the memory of a handshake in the snow. A fleeting spark of warmth in a long, dark winter. There are some people who seem to live charmed lives, moving through disasters that claim thousands of others. And Violet Jessup was one of these rare survivors. Known to history as Miss Unsinkable, she was a stewardess who worked aboard the three massive sister ships of the White Star Line, the Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic. Her journey began on the RMS Olympic in 1911, which collided violently with a warship, the HMS Hawk. The ship suffered heavy damage, but managed to stay afloat, and Violet stepped off safely. Unshaken, she signed on to the RMS Titanic the following year. When the great ship struck the iceberg, Violet was one of the crew members helping non-English speakers find their way to the lifeboats. She was eventually ordered into Lifeboat 16, clutching a baby that had been handed to her in the chaos, and watched from the freezing water as the unsinkable ship disappeared. 4 years later, during the First World War, she was working as a nurse on the third sister, the HMHS Britannic. The ship struck a mine in the Aegean Sea and began to sink rapidly. Violet jumped from a lifeboat to avoid being sucked into the ship's massive rotating propellers, suffering a traumatic head injury, but surviving once again. Interestingly, after surviving the Titanic, she noted that she had missed her toothbrush the most. So before fleeing the sinking Britannic, she made sure to grab it. She continued to work at sea for decades, retiring to a quiet cottage in the English countryside. A woman whom the ocean simply could not keep. In the freezing December of 1916, inside the opulent Moika Palace in St. Petersburg, a sequence of events unfolded that would become one of history's strangest legends. The target was Grigory Rasputin, a mystic and self-proclaimed holy man who had gained immense influence over the Russian royal family. A group of nobles, fearing his power, invited him to the palace with the intention of ending his life. According to the accounts given by his assassin, Prince Felix Yusupov, Rasputin proved almost impossible to kill. They first served him cakes and wine laced with enough cyanide to kill 5 ordinary men. Rasputin consumed them all but showed no signs of poisoning, merely asking for more wine as the conspirators watched in growing panic. It is now believed that the sugar in the sweet cakes may have neutralized the chemical, or perhaps the poison had simply expired. Desperate, Yusupov shot Rasputin in the chest. The mystic collapsed, and the conspirators celebrated. But when the prince checked the body later, Rasputin's eyes flew open, and he lunged at his attacker. He managed to flee into the snowy courtyard before being shot again. Finally, the group bound him and threw him into the icy Neva River. When his body was recovered days later, water in his lungs suggested he was still breathing when he entered the water. While modern forensics cast doubt on the supernatural aspects of the story, the night remains a blur of fear and resilience. A figure who seemed to hover between history and folklore, refusing to fade away. Before 1911, the Mona Lisa was certainly a respected painting by Leonardo da Vinci, but she was not the global icon of mystery she is today. Her immense fame is actually the result of a brazen theft that left a blank space on the wall of the Louvre for 2 years. An Italian handyman named Vincenzo Peruggia, who had been working at the museum, believed the painting belonged in Italy, not France. On a quiet Monday morning when the museum was closed for maintenance, Peruggia simply slipped out of a broom closet where he had been hiding, took the painting off the wall, removed its protective glass case, and walked out of the building with the masterpiece tucked under his white workman's smock. It took over 24 hours for anyone to even notice it was missing. Once the news broke, it became a worldwide sensation. People in Paris lined up in the thousands just to stare at the empty spot on the wall where she had once smiled. The police were baffled, at one point even questioning the poet Guillaume Apollinaire and his friend, a young Pablo Picasso, regarding the theft. For 2 years, the Mona Lisa sat in a trunk in Peruggia's humble apartment, just a few streets away from the Louvre. He was finally caught when he tried to sell it to an art dealer in Florence. The painting returned to Paris, not just as art, but as a celebrity, forever changed by its time in the shadows. Fame born from absence, and a smile that kept its secret in the dark. Few stories from the early 20th century captured the public imagination like the curse of King Tutankhamun, a tale of ancient magic protecting a boy king. When archaeologist Howard Carter opened the sealed tomb in 1922, he revealed treasures that had been hidden for over 3,000 years, sparking a global obsession with Egyptomania. The legend of the curse began shortly after when the expedition's financial backer, Lord Carnarvon, died in Cairo. The cause was an infected mosquito bite that led to blood poisoning, but the timing was too perfect for the newspapers to ignore. Reports circulated that at the exact moment of his death, all the lights in Cairo mysteriously went out, and back in England, his favorite dog howled and dropped dead. Journalists claimed an inscription over the tomb promised death on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king, though no such inscription actually existed on the burial chamber walls. The idea of a pharaoh reaching from the afterlife to strike down intruders was thrilling, but the reality was far more mundane. Howard Carter, the man most responsible for disturbing the king's rest, lived for another 17 years and died of natural causes at age 64. Of the 58 people present when the tomb and sarcophagus were opened, only 8 died within the next dozen years. Modern science suggests that if there was any curse, it was likely ancient mold spores or bacteria sealed in the tomb that could affect those with weakened immune systems. But facts rarely travel as well as a good ghost story. A narrative protecting the dead long after the tomb was unsealed. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart remains one of the most enduring mysteries of the sky, a puzzle of radio waves and vast blue water. In 1937, Earhart and her navigator Fred Noonan were attempting to become the first to fly around the world at the equator. They were aiming for Howland Island, a tiny sliver of land in the immense Pacific Ocean, barely 2 miles long and difficult to spot even in perfect conditions. As their Lockheed Electra approached the area, radio operators on a nearby Coast Guard ship heard Earhart's transmissions becoming increasingly desperate. She reported running low on fuel and being unable to see the island, but she could not hear the ship's replies. Then the radio fell silent. The official conclusion was that the plane ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean, sinking quickly. However, another theory suggests they may have made an emergency landing on Gardner Island, now called Nicumararo, a coral atoll some 350 miles away. Over the years, expeditions to this uninhabited island have found tantalizing clues. A piece of plexiglass that matches Earhart's plane, a frantic series of radio distress calls heard by amateur radio operators across the world in the nights following her disappearance, and partial skeletal remains found in 1940 unfortunately lost before modern DNA testing could be done. Some believe she lived out her days as a castaway, scanning the horizon for a rescue that never came. The ocean is vast and deep, and it keeps its secrets well, leaving us only with the image of a silver plane vanishing into the sun. A journey that continues only in our questions. In 1932, the Australian military found itself engaged in one of the most unusual conflicts in history, the Great Emu War. Following the First World War, many veterans had been given land in Western Australia to farm wheat. But as the Great Depression hit, they faced a new enemy, a migration of 20,000 emus heading toward the coast for breeding season. The giant flightless birds found the cultivated farmlands to be a perfect habitat, breaking down fences and devouring crops. The desperate farmers requested help, and the government sent a small military force armed with Lewis machine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. They expected an easy victory, but they had underestimated the birds. The emus proved to be brilliant strategists. They didn't bunch up in large groups, but scattered in all directions when fired upon, running at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour. Their feathers were so dense that they acted like armor, absorbing bullets that didn't hit vital organs. One army major noted with grudging respect that the emus had the invulnerability of tanks. After days of trying to curb the population, the soldiers had used a massive amount of ammunition, but had only managed to take down a small fraction of the birds. The commanding officer eventually withdrew, and the government was forced to admit defeat. The emus had won. It was a humbling reminder that nature, no matter how flightless, often refuses to be tamed by human machinery. A dusty, chaotic dance where the birds held the field. In 1957, a quiet stray dog from the streets of Moscow became the first living creature to orbit the Earth. Her name was Laika, though she was originally called Kudryavka, or Little Curly, by the scientists who found her wandering the cold avenues of the city. She was chosen for this historic journey specifically because she had already survived the harsh Russian winter, suggesting she possessed a resilience and calmness that a pampered house pet might lack. The spacecraft, Sputnik 2, was a sphere of polished metal that would carry her far above the atmosphere, a place no heartbeat had ever sustained itself before. Before the launch, one of the scientists took Laika home to play with his children, a final moment of gentle domesticity before she was placed into the capsule. When the rocket ascended, Leica's heart rate rose, but it eventually settled as she floated in the weightlessness of orbit, watching the blue curve of her home planet drift by below. For a brief time, a small dog who had once searched for scraps in the snow was the highest, fastest traveler in history, circling the globe every hour and a half. While she did not return, her journey proved that life could endure the rigors of launch and weightlessness, paving the way for every human astronaut who followed. She remains a quiet pioneer in the history of exploration, a small silhouette against the vast, star-filled backdrop of the cosmos. One of the largest real estate transactions in human history was settled with a single piece of paper that looked remarkably ordinary. In 1867, the United States purchased the territory of Alaska from the Russian Empire for a check written in the amount of $7.2 million. At the time, many Americans mocked the decision, calling it Seward's Folly or Seward's Icebox, believing that Secretary of State William Seward had wasted a fortune on a frozen wasteland of useless snow. The Russians, fearing they might lose the territory to Britain in a future conflict without compensation, were eager to sell, and the price they agreed upon amounted to roughly 2 cents per acre. The physical check used to pay for this transaction, which is now preserved in the National Archives, is a small, rectangular slip of paper that transferred nearly 600,000 square miles of mountains, forests, and coastlines from one nation to another. It is strange to look at that faded document and realize it represents an area more than twice the size of Texas, filled with gold, oil, and vast natural beauty that no one at the time fully comprehended. The transfer ceremony took place in Sitka, where the Russian flag was lowered and the American flag raised, shifting the destiny of the entire North Pacific with the stroke of a pen and a handshake. During the height of the Second World War, a Polish army unit traveling through the Middle East enlisted a soldier who happened to be a Syrian brown bear. The soldiers found the orphaned cub in Iran and named him Wajdek, which means joyful warrior, nursing him back to health with condensed milk from an empty vodka bottle. As Wajdek grew, he didn't just become a mascot. He became a registered member of the 22nd Artillery Supply Company, complete with a rank, a paybook, and a serial number. He lived with the men in their tents, wrestled with them during downtime, and developed a fondness for eating cigarettes and drinking beer, which he accepted as a treat. The bond between the bear and his unit was so strong that when the soldiers were deployed to Italy for the Battle of Monte Cassino, Wojtek went with them. During the fighting, observers were stunned to see the 500-pound bear picking up heavy crates of artillery shells, crates that usually required 4 men to carry, and moving them toward the cannons without dropping a single one. After the war, Wojtek retired to the Edinburgh Zoo in Scotland, where his former comrades would visit him, tossing cigarettes into his enclosure and speaking to him in Polish, the only language he understood. He remains a symbol of the strange, enduring bonds of comfort that can form even in the most unlikely of circumstances. When humanity first traveled to the moon, the computer that guided them there was less powerful than the calculator you might use in a high school math class. The Apollo guidance computer, a marvel of 1960s engineering, operated with only about 64 kilobytes of memory and a processor speed that is millions of times slower than a modern smartphone. What makes this machine truly fascinating is how its software was physically constructed. The memory wasn't stored on silicon chips as it is today, but was literally woven by hand using a technique called core rope memory. Wires were threaded through tiny, ring-shaped magnets. If a wire went through the ring, it represented a 1, and if it went around the ring, it represented a 0. This weaving had to be perfect, as a single misplaced wire could crash the system. The work was so delicate that it was contracted out to skilled textile workers, often women from local factories, who were nicknamed little old ladies by the engineers. They sat at looms, carefully threading the copper wires that would eventually calculate the trajectory for the lunar landing. This means the code that safely navigated Armstrong and Aldrin to the surface of another world was not just written, it was sewn. A tapestry of logic and copper, crafted by human hands to guide a metal ship through the void. The fall of the Berlin Wall, a monumental event that reunited a divided nation, happened largely because of a bureaucratic mistake during a press conference. On the evening of November 9th, 1989, a catastrophic miscommunication changed the world. Günter Schabowski, a spokesman for the East German government, was handed a note just before facing reporters. The note detailed new, relaxed travel regulations that were supposed to take effect the following day, allowing for an orderly application process. However, Schabowski hadn't read the briefing thoroughly. When a reporter asked him when these new rules would come into force, Schabowski hesitated, looked at his papers, and improvised, saying, "As far as I know, this enters into force immediately, without delay." The news broadcast went out live, and thousands of East Berliners, hearing that the borders were open immediately, rushed to the checkpoints. The border guards, who had received no orders to open the gates, were overwhelmed by the sheer number of peaceful people demanding to cross. Faced with the choice of using force or yielding to the crowd, the guards simply opened the barriers. The wall didn't fall because of a military strike or a planned demolition, but because a tired official misread a memo, allowing the pressure of history to finally break through the concrete. The way the modern world moves its goods changed forever with the invention of a simple, standardized metal box. Before the mid-20th century, loading a ship was a chaotic, labor-intensive process known as break bulk shipping. Dock workers had to manually load barrels, sacks, and wooden crates of varying sizes, fitting them into the hull like a giant, unstable puzzle. This meant ships spent weeks sitting in ports, and goods were frequently lost or damaged. Then, in the 1950s, an entrepreneur named Malcolm McLean developed the intermodal shipping container. The idea was elegantly simple. If everything was packed into uniform steel boxes that could lock onto trucks, trains, and ships interchangeably, the goods inside would never need to be touched until they reached their destination. This standardization allowed ships to be stacked with thousands of containers, reducing the cost of shipping by over 90%, almost overnight. Today, there are millions of these colorful metal bricks traveling across the oceans at any given moment, carrying everything from the electronics in your pocket to the coffee on your table. It is an invisible, silent network of geometry that circles the globe, a system so efficient that we rarely think about the fact that nearly every object we own has spent weeks inside a steel box, floating quietly across the sea. As we look toward the future, there is a piece of human history currently drifting in the interstellar space between the stars, farther from Earth than any other object we have made. The Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft, launched in 1977, each carry a 12-inch gold-plated copper disc known as the Golden Record. This record is a time capsule intended for any extraterrestrial intelligence that might one day find it, or perhaps just as a memorial to the place we call home. It contains sounds and images selected to portray the diversity of life and culture on Earth. There are greetings in 55 ancient and modern languages, the songs of humpback whales, the sound of a kiss, the wind and rain. There is music ranging from Bach and Beethoven to Chuck Berry and Peruvian wedding songs. The cover of the record includes instructions on how to play it, using universal scientific constants as a key. These spacecraft will continue to drift through the Milky Way for billions of years, long after the civilization that built them has changed or vanished. It is a gesture of profound hope and loneliness, a message in a bottle thrown into the cosmic ocean, saying simply, "We were here, we made music, we looked up at the stars and wondered if anyone was looking back." We've explored history through many details tonight. Knowledge builds on itself across centuries. Some things we've discovered recently, others we've known for thousands of years, and some mysteries remain unsolved, waiting quietly for someone to piece them together. And now, as we reach the end of this journey, wherever you are and whatever time it is, I hope these thoughts have given you something gentle to rest with. May your sleep be deep and peaceful. Good night.